Chapter 1046 Alliance. Wang Wei looked at Xianxia opposite him and instantly realized she was different. He was not referring to the natural nobility of an emperor, but the fact she no longer had that sense of worry looming over her. "How may I address you?" "I chose the title Karmic Wing Empress," she uttered softly. "An excellent and fitting name," he commented. "Thank you. I assume the former issue was dealt with?" "Of course," she replied with a brilliant smile. "And I have to thank you for that. I didn't do anything. No, without you lending me the deception inheritance, would never have a chance to win my battle," Xianxia explained. "So, I owe you. In that case, I won't be a hypocrite and accept your gratitude. I also have not forgotten my promise," added Xianxia. "I handed your ambassador the promised Grand Dao Source Seed and Immortal Mansion." "He told me," nodded Wang Wei. "What about the alliance?" "I have no issue. The alliance only benefited her while paying very little, and that's all she cares about. Ever since she was young and her father died, it has always been her and her mother, so she has developed the mindset to give a good life as much as possible." "That's good." Wang Wei began to discuss with her, primarily regarding his patents. He never refuted anyone who wanted to establish a court as long as they paid the fee, but this was not the same for the others. After all, establishing the court himself served him no good and would only increase his trouble. On the other hand, the dream world and enlightening temple were off limits. He wanted to establish these things in these worlds to receive the most benefit. If he allowed these people to copy his idea, his earnings would decrease between 20 to 42%, and he could not accept such a thing. Unfortunately, it will cause an issue since these worlds will not easily allow foreigners to intervene in their affairs. He has to prepare for the eventual confrontation between other world communities. Wang Wei's plan is to lure these people with the benefit of the mortal civilization. According to his calculations, these people will elevate mortals simply for the merit. Then, the majority will no longer care and even actively destroy these civilizations out of fear of mortal rise and revolution or disdain to change the status quo. Little do these people know that their actions are laying the foundation for the spread of the dream world and, mainly, the Enlightenment Temple. After all, without an educated population, how can craft and art develop? The discussion with Xianxia proceeded smoothly. As his ally, he granted her access to the dream world without spreading it himself. However, she could not use it now since he had a deal with Tong Ruobing and Mulei to give them a heads-up for the dream world before other worlds. His other allies will also have this advantage but only after the Star Beast world. However, it was only an advantage of a few hundred years. After this exchange, he had a second meeting with another ally, Xianxia or the Cosmic Dominion Empress. The two looked at each other for a moment, each with their own thoughts. Wang Wei found her Cosmos Dao rather interesting as it did not merely involve Star Dao but a few other things as well. He also knew she found another unique Qi after proving the Dao. "It's been a while, fellow Daoist," saluted Wang Wei. "Indeed. Before we begin our alliance talks, can I ask you a few crucial questions?" "Please." "Have you contacted your family since you've descended?" "Not really. Their celestial clan has ways for brief communication in the Source Chi space, so she knows they've set up somewhere, and they know she successfully proved the Tao and became an Eternal, but that's about it." "Any contact with the upper dimension?" "I'm afraid not." "What about your family? Do they have ways to track what's happening in the Eternal Ascension world?" "Probably not, and if they did, the people left behind should be laying invisible for an extended period to prevent people from finding them and catching our trail," replied Xianxia truthfully. She would not typically reveal such precious news to anyone, but she has already deduced that Wang Wei was the destined one that his family wanted her to contact. "In that case, I have some news of the recent situation that may be of interest to the Celestial Clan," uttered Wang Wei before informing her of the recent invasion, the occupied 7 moons, and the disappearance of the 2 suns. Xianxia's eyes narrowed the more she heard. She understood that such information could fundamentally affect the clan's plans, so she must report the news at all costs. "Thank you, fellow Daoist, for this information. I will relay it to my family," replied Xianxia with a gentle smile. However, internally, she was wary. She wished to know why he was telling her all this information. Could he just want to improve our relationship? No, such a person with deep thought would never do things for such a simple reason, she analyzed. So, what's his purpose? Many thoughts flashed in her mind. She thought of many possibilities, including using the celestial clan to further muddle the water in the upper dimension. Besides making good relationships, that's the most likely deduction. "Consider this news a sign of good faith for our alliance," said Wang Wei with a smile. The two discussed everything, and Wang Wei essentially granted her the same deal as Xianxia. Better yet, he was more lenient in the negotiation since she had more potential than Xianxia and the demon-suppressing emperor. After the communication ended, Wang Wei secretly watched Xianxia, but she did not immediately relate the news as he expected. Clever little girl, he thought before entering his retreat. Time flew like a river, and before he knew it, 4,000 years had passed by before Wang Wei woke up. This was the longest retreat since the beginning of the era. He purposely made the retreats short because of the short lifespan of mortals, but this expansion was not something that could be done in a short period. He checked the world, and the only significant thing that had happened was a change in the enlightening temple. Mortals who achieved strength on par with quasi-emperors were memorialized as sages, with their own statues in the temple. This statue will bring luck, blessing, and power to the family of a sage, including increasing the odds their descendants will have high talent for mortal Dao. Currently, in the world, the best crafts and arts families are the ones who have cultivated a sage. Due to the expansion in the lower realm, arts and crafts have received another boost in development, as these families went on missionary tours to help other mortals elevate themselves. Wang Wei checked on the expansion before focusing on himself. In these past years, he finally dealt with his last bit of injury and returned to his peak health. Additionally, he focused on training his fleshly body. Sadly, after years of training and hard work, he only reached 95 infant fiend god force as he entered the second bottleneck in his cultivation journey. Luckily, I was prepared for this, thought Wang Wei before removing something from his space ring, a plate of food with seals on top. He looked at it with love and reminiscent, and unknowingly, a smile crept on the corner of his mouth. After a few seconds, he unsealed the food, releasing the intense aroma. His stomach grumbled despite the fact he no longer had a need for subsistence. Wang Wei slowly took a bite before closing his eyes to savor every second of it. He could taste the super intense flavor, which originated from her sealing the flavor from 10 of the same dish into one bowl. This bite was enough to kill any mortal, not because of the immense energy but because the flavor would overwhelm their senses. The only upside is that they would die with a smile. The food was delicious and nostalgic. He could feel all the love she placed when making it, which somehow elevated the taste to another realm. As he was enjoying his meal, the world was in a small turmoil as the food aroma enveloped everywhere. People wanted to know the source or origin of that smell and began to search for it. The one who knew the answer could only salivate while glancing toward the court. Wang Wei did not know any of this as he was lost in this meal. As he chewed his food, he could feel his essence flower ability activating and his true power Dao realm rapidly increasing, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 99. 1, 99. 5. 100. Wang Wei entered the fifth realm of the true power Dao realm, the Dragon Phoenix realm, the stage known as one of the most difficult challenges to opening the gate of power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1047 Dragon Phoenix Realm. Wang Wei closed his eyes, and he saw a gate in his body. It was tall, gray, dull, and with the character 4, essence, written at the center. The gate was still somewhat blurry since he was still in the first step of the Dragon Phoenix realm. Wang Wei opened his eyes and clutched his hands. The current strength of his flesh was the threefold battle realm, and if he wanted to be specific, 38.5% of the Grand Dao source. His fleshly body had surpassed his actual cultivation level of 32% Grand Dao source. Let's start with the tribulations, he muttered. He did not immediately start but sent a message to his mother to begin spreading the enlightening temple across the more stable worlds in the lower realm. He also sent his clone to secretly protect her since he would focus on the tribulation. Once everything was taken care of, he closed his eyes and started. This particular realm in the true power Dao realm is difficult for two reasons, cultivation and tribulation. There are only 10 steps, but each step equals 3.5% of the Grand Dao source. However, like Qi refiners, the 3.5% increase is not the same in the first step as the 5th or even 9th step. As such, it's difficult to cultivate in this realm, and it can burn resources like crazy to push the body to such heights. However, that's not even the most difficult aspect. The minimum requirement to open the gate of power and reach the adult fiend god realm is 10 steps plus passing a third of the indestructible body tribulation. Wang Wei started his first tribulation by choosing poison, a side door of medicine Dao. An unknown dark green poisonous cloud enveloped him and began to poison every inch of his body, making it react in some strange ways, including rashes. The pain was intense, almost reaching that wretched tribulation in the ancient dragon realm. He did not know how long the process lasted, but his body seemed to have sublimated when it ended. It took Wang Wei a moment to realize what had happened. So, that's what it means by indestructible Empyrean, he thought. Eternal and everlasting walked the path of eternity, which manifested in altering their existence, and making it no longer limited to flesh or matter, to the soul or spirituality. Things like name, history, accomplishment, and impact become part of an individual. Indestructible Empyreans walked a different path. They added the characteristic of indestructible to their existence, making them very hard to kill. They accomplished this through a simple but direct approach, tempering the body with the 3800 original Daos until it develops basic immunity to these Daos. Wang Wei had just passed the poison Dao tribulations, and facing any poison-based Grand Dao source, his body has even higher defensive capabilities. After the first tribulation, he closed his eyes and rechecked his gate. As expected, a small poison cloud symbol on the dull gate made it more vivid, alive, and noble. From what he knew, body refiners must pass 1267 tribulations before opening the gate. That's the minimum requirement, and such a number has a high risk of failure. Failure to open the gate will result in immediate and absolute death, no exceptions to eternal emperors. Empyreans and everlasting will survive with severe injuries to their existence, but will lose the opportunity to walk this path forever. From Wu Hong's notes, he knew this was the same penalty for paragons, and no one is spared if they fail to open the second gate of flesh. Next, let's continue with the other side door Daos, muttered Wang Wei. The Dao or order of Dao chosen for the tests matters. After each test, the flesh will be sublimated after acquiring its indestructible characteristics, that is to say, the body will become even more challenging to destroy and temper. To deal with this issue, Grand Dao, the administrator of this test, will dramatically increase the power of the next Dao. It will not improve the power slightly to a level slightly above a cultivator's tolerance, but an exponential increase. Such a rule makes the tribulation increasingly challenging with more Daos, which is why body refiners who have opened the gate of power are so rare. Wang Wei theorized that when the body had 3 gates, the first gate granted body refiners an infinite lifespan, and this particular tribulation should have been divided into 2 realms: infant fiend god and dragon phoenix, thus granting people a lot more time to prepare and plan for them. According to the tips the ancient desolate emperor gave him, some people will use powerful Daos, like time or destruction, as their first tests. This tactic increases their odds of passing. However, he warned him not to do such a thing and used the fact that some Daoists are inherently more powerful than others to better temper his body. According to the latter, there are differences between indestructible Empyreans, and it mainly originated from a cultivator's preparation and foundation before opening the gate. People who leave the outlaw and supreme outlaws as the last parts of their tempering establish a better foundation than the ones who begin with them. Wang Wei followed his tip and began his tribulations with the 800 side doors Dao before proceeding with the 3,000 main Daos. Time passed, and another 6,000 years flashed by without him knowing it. He had passed 400 tribulations and reached the second step in the Dragon Phoenix realm. Sadly, all his previous resources for tempering the body, including those from the Dao burial ground and primordial desolate, were used up. No wonder this path is so difficult, complained Wang Wei. He did not use as many resources as other body refiners because he did not use resources that helped his regeneration, which was a common thing used to aid in the tribulations. But even then, he ran out of resources quickly, and he had just started in this realm. In the latter stages, his requirements will be even more drastic. He had plenty of merit stored and could use it, but he would never do something so stupid. When his ancestors preached to him, they warned him about merit. They said he could use merit to boost his understanding but never use it to increase his cultivation directly. Ancient Desolate told him never to use it in his body refining. No matter how small, taking a shortcut will affect his willpower, and that's a major taboo for any body refining. His other resort is Wuhang's food and his essence flower ability, but he has to reserve these things for attacking the 9th and 10th steps. Luckily, it's about time for the expansion to end, he muttered. With the ability to gather resources from the entire world community, he should find a few rare things usable to his level. Wang Wei took a moment to check the situation. In the past few years, the Origin Weapon Mountain finished the automatic weapon refining cauldron and placed it in the dream world. Now, people from all over this world community do not have to beg weapon refiners for weapons, unless they were specific or tailor-made ones. The people from the lower realm benefited most from this change. In most worlds, professions are even rarer and nobler than in the Myriad Emperor world, so they jumped at the opportunity to have any pill or weapon that pleased them. The pill and weapon market has become chaotic over the years in this community. On the one hand, the people have access to the dream world simulation, where they can easily cultivate most professions to the peak of the mortal stage. On the other hand, they also have access to things such as the cauldrons. At some point during the last 10,000 years, all professions took a drastic downward trend until the second immortal pill refiner, Lu Cheng, appeared. His appearance showed the world that Yan Liling was not an unreplicable case and that high-tier professions were the future. Not long after him, Fu Kaiyun and a few other people also showed up. Tong Rubing's clones created an automatic talisman cauldron and put it in the dream world. The Dao opening sect did not say anything since they'd been working on this thing for a while, and she was faster than them. The good news is that Kai Song has also created her automatic cauldron to manufacture puppets in batches like a robot factory. However, such innovation remains private property of the Dao opening sect and is not open or known to the public. The Fate Shadow Guard has even been tasked to monitor any factions trying to create such a cauldron. The last missing part is the array cauldron, and things are proceeding smoothly since talented people worldwide are working on it. However, low and middle-level arrays rely heavily on topography, so they need to deal with the issue. Their answer was to create a spirit with intelligence and powerful calculation ability. If someone wanted a formation in an area, they would have to provide visual proof of the place so she could calculate how to install the formation. So, I created the Industrial Revolution in the cultivation world. With the rise of these cauldrons, personal crafts have been replaced by fast and efficient mechanical manufacturing. This change has positive and negative aspects, as seen by how the world reacted to them. However, that was not Wang Wei's main concern. This particular change in the world made it look too similar to modern Earth, which is still a taboo in this universe. Once this era ends, these cauldrons will be on the list of the first thing to be destroyed, maybe even erased from history, analyzed Wang Wei, who immediately decided to leave a warning to the sect not to bring them out into the next era. They can preserve the knowledge but only keep it to them, especially Kai Song's cauldron. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1048 Wrath's Journey. Wang Wei's gaze focused on his family. His grandfather had used that heart for intense and cruel training, which allowed his bloodline to develop at a rapid rate. Wang Wei had not had contact with Yang Guowei for a long time, but his intuition told him the latter had found the Nine Sons Emperor. That is to say, his grandfather can have his revenge match very soon. His father was still in retreat. His clones or incarnations in the swordsmanship world had already reached the void-shattering realm, and he was on his way to finish his nine-extremity foundation. As for his mother, she was in the lower realm, spreading the enlightening temple. More than 2,000 years ago, she achieved her cultivation goals and began the final step of gathering merit to prove the Tao. My deception method seemed to have worked, thought Wang Wei as he realized true heavenly Tao was less strict with the Tao opening sect or the people close to them. As such, his mother had a high chance of becoming an empress. This gives more hope for Li Jun and Yan Liling. His gaze shifted outside of the myriad emperor world to other world communities. A few significant changes had occurred. The primary one was that a few heavenly emperors had appeared. These people gritted their teeth and paid the fee to Wang Wei after true heavenly Tao became the one protecting his patent. The most powerful of the heavenly emperors is undoubtedly He Shi, the battle god emperor. Many people in the commerce hub are still stubborn and do not want to pay the fee, especially after learning about the myriad emperor world's expansion in the lower realm and the other things they've created that can gather merit. They wanted to copy it and build their own dream world and maybe even enlightening temple. However, these patents are not even open to the public. So, the only way to get their hands on them is to kill Wang Wei and force the Tao opening sect to permit them. And if the sect does not agree, eradicate it until there are no inheritors to these patents. After knowing their thoughts, He Shi came to these people with the promise of helping him kill Wang Wei, and they believed him because he revealed the Spirit Genesis sect's greatest kept secret, the broken Empyrean artifact. Such information brought great confidence to these people from the commerce hub, and He Shi used this opportunity to grab more power and rapidly recuperate from the loss he suffered at Wang Wei's hands. Although the sect was not back to its full power since it could not easily compensate for the things lost in the garden, his actions drastically reduced the time they needed to recuperate. Of course, He Shi's life was not all positive. Wang Wei had already planted a bone stuck in his throne in the form of Gao Buqin. The latter became a part of his court, whose entire purpose was to contradict and make things difficult for him. He Shi would not accept such a thing, so he tried eradicating Gao Buqin and his factions. Luckily, Desolate One was his protector and fought with him. Desolate One lost that battle fairly easily, but he also revealed Wang Wei's talisman, forcing He Shi to stop since he did not want to reveal his trump card. Does he want to lure me into his world and use that artifact? Thought Wang Wei with a sneer. Although he could not divine information about He Shi due to the artifact, the Fate Shadow Guard had already infiltrated the upper echelons of the commerce hub, so these people's actions did not escape his sight. I've been patient with you because of my worry for Emperor Jia. It seems it's time to stop being cautious and eliminate you. No matter what Emperor Jia hides or does, the truth will be revealed once he deals with He Shi. Wang Wei's gaze shifted to the Star Beast world. He sent words to Tong Ruobing and Mu Lei that they could start spreading the dream world based on their previous agreement. Afterward, a screen appeared before him, and a few seconds later, Wrath's beautiful face appeared wearing a crimson dress. Why is it so hard to see you? She asked. That's not my fault. When I'm available, you're in retreat. When you're free, I'm the busy one, shrugged Wang Wei. I thought you were avoiding me. And why would I do something like that? Who knows what shady individuals like you do? I feel like you have a warped view of what kind of person I am. No, I see you for what you are. And what is that? It's best that I keep my thoughts out so as not to ruin our acquaintanceship. I thought we were friends, said Wang Wei with a smile. Friends? If we are friends, why don't you publicly meet me and announce we are working together? Wang Wei coughed slightly, a little absurd at this conversation. He felt like he was conversing with his mistress, who grew resentful of her status and wanted a genuine relationship. Back to the main topic, I've kept my part of the bargain and saved as the remaining devil races, said Wang Wei before summoning a red crystal ball containing a small world. With a wave, he sent it across an infinite distance to her. Wrath held the thing in her hands. What about the devil gods? My property, of course. There were 4 remaining devil gods, and Wrath once exchanged one with him. The remaining 3 were his resources, and he would not hand them over. I thought we were friends. Shouldn't friends be more gracious or giving? My mother once told me women were born actresses, they can change spots faster than leopards. I'm starting to think she was correct. And is there something wrong with that? You, men, have your naturally strong physique to survive this world, and we have our changing faces and tears. Fair point, but let's not discuss this, said Wang Wei. Tell me what happened to you. Let me think. After I left, I traveled throughout the endless void for more training and experience. In my journey, I encounter a few worlds whose hatred for my kind has not abated after so long. These people have raised our devil race in captivity for generations, treating them worse than animals. Wrath did not hide the hatred and anger in her eyes. I saved the ones I could and gave hope to the ones I could not. She sighed with some melancholy. The only good news about that ordeal was that my devil sword absorbed more of our race's resentment, pain, and karma, thus increasing its power. After that, I did as you suggested, use it like a pill to make up for my failed 9-extremity foundation. I achieved 4 root instead of 2 as you predicted. I found a plane called Chaos Bell World with a chaos treasure fused to its core. This world could deploy powerful protection around it in times of emergency and protect it from foreign invasion. I thought it was the perfect place to use as our new home. She looked him in the eyes. You were correct. With the purple merit, true heavenly Tao accepted our new status. We are now the Neo-Devil race. A new race? Yes. With a human bloodline weaved into us, we now also have the ability for good, apathy, and innovation, on top of our natural instinct to absorb negative karma. Wang Wei almost gave her a strange look. The Neo-Devil sounded like humans with a perfect devil race bloodline. However, since true heavenly Tao acknowledged them as a new race, their bloodline would no longer be so simple. What next? I proved the Tao and took the title of Devil Empress. Bold name. Well, I'm prepared for the consequences of that name, replied Wrath. Since then, I have been slowly integrating my kind into the Chaos Bell world. I want to turn it into a place of sanctuary for us. The Chaos Bell world is the perfect place to protect your kind. You only need to watch out for people trying to take it down from the inside. I've made preparations for this possibility. But what next? Asked Wang Wei. You can't expect the Neo-Devil to stay cooped up in their home world forever? Isolation is the best way to protect us, said Wrath. I will try to change the world's view of us before I leave, but if I fail, this method will at least preserve our existence for a few eras. I have a way that may help, added Wang Wei before explaining the dream world to her. Yes, communication and understanding are the best ways to eradicate hatred and generational history. As long as my people interact more with the world and show them their new selves, it's only a matter of time before we can find true acceptance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1049 The Return of the Soul Path. Wang Wei spent the next few hours talking with her, including checking on gluttony. Since he told her master he would look out after her, he would not break his promise. He also granted her privileges similar to those of other members of his alliance. After the conversation ended, Wang Wei took a moment to ponder about his life and goals as he discovered how much farther he had to go for his dreams to be accomplished. Although he is one of the most powerful individuals in the lower dimension, he still has to be careful not to be seen in public with wrath and the devil race to protect the longevity of his era. Such an act is a form of restriction, and he did not like it, but that's how things must be. If he were powerful enough and could reach the half-step transcendent realm as soon as possible and not worry about true heavenly Daoist effect on his new era, he would not have to do such a thing. As cliché as these words are, everything is simply because I'm not strong enough, analyzed Wang Wei. After shaking his head, he proceeded with his next task by contacting Xianxia. Is everything set up? Directly asked the second-generation divine race. It is, but you seem in a hurry. I'm just tired of my weak self, he replied. Plus, my situation is a little dangerous. Would you mind sending someone to come pick me up? All right. With a thought, Xianxia appeared before him at the court, shocking the young god. He looked around, wondering how he could reach this place so quickly and despite the barricade of their divine race's small world. Relax, have a cup of tea, and tell me what's going on, said Wang Wei as he changed the throne room to a setting more suitable for receiving guests. Xianxia sat down, sipped the tea, and exhaled before narrating his experience. As you knew, our divine race's small world only allowed second-generation gods to leave after cracks began to appear in the absolute beginning magic. And, for a refresher, read ch 570 God King. The elders sent many of us to other worlds to try to cultivate many emperors and eventually tackle this issue. 2 people succeeded and became pseudo-eternals before returning home. However, the moment they returned, they were attacked by some people. Civil war? Asked Wang Wei calmly. Yes. They apparently wanted to weaken these 2 to prevent them from acquiring more power for the younger generation. Ultimately, they failed, and these 2 took their revenge. They were brutal and showed no mercy. Xianxia sighed. All signs indicated that the second-generation gods were about to take absolute control until the absolute beginning magic suddenly failed, broken without any explanation. The first-generation gods should have a deep foundation that suddenly revealed itself, commented Wang Wei. Exactly. He was a powerful ancestor who could not function properly even in our small world, but now, he was free. With him alone, he could hold our 2 Eternals, dragging the war to be longer than it should have been. Now, so many people have begun to escape to avoid this war, leading to a drastic weakening of our kind. Wang Wei listened attentively as he realized this is what would have happened to the Dao opening sect or many other factions had the older generation decided to keep power to themselves while still being immortal. Extreme monopolies have been one of the leading causes for the cultivation of the world's lack of development, and if the older generation never relegated power, the world would have been in a much worse state. So, still haven't changed your mind on the emperor path? Asked Wang Wei. No, I still disdain it. Wang Wei shook his head. I've talked about the dream world before, so let me show it to you. You can take a few days before we begin. All right. Wang Wei showed him how to enter before also checking things himself. The dream world was not divided into millions of servers, for lack of a better term. The largest or main server is where individuals from all worlds can meet and interact, followed by countless smaller servers based on an individual's plane. For example, if a myriad Emperor world native only wants to converse with people from his home, they must enter that particular server. If they wish to speak to someone else from the lower realm, they must enter the most significant server or receive an invitation to enter that person's world server. The battle tower was also divided into servers with many different lists. For example, there was a list of the most powerful cultivators in the 4-pillar world, which Kai Renshu took. That title, of course, went to Wang Wei in the myriad Emperor world. Li Jun held the position of the most powerful heaven chosen in the myriad emperor world and the main server. Kai Renshu actually ranked 28th, and considering this list included millions of worlds, it was very impressive. Of course, a few talented individuals, like Di Jiaying, Wang Wei's father and mother, or Dong Lifan, chose not to participate yet in the rankings. Wang Wei checked the rankings and was satisfied to see Li Jun and Yan Liling at the top of a list in 2 servers. Even Tai Gang tops the list for the best legion, beating out Li Jun's Slaughter Legion and a few other talented military strategists. Wang Wei looked into the distance. The Star Beast world had just acquired its own server, so the lists were about to be shuffled. Soon afterward, the Demon Suppression world, the Chaos Bell world, Ji Lanfang's Immortal Ascension world, and Shiqian and Shi Shengaiyan's worlds will also have their own server. The next non-alliance world to get their server should be the Martial Hegemony world. That's when our expansion truly begins. However, such a world might cause some headaches. Hopefully, Su Shi can provide some help to the situation, thought Wang Wei. A few days later, Liang Shixian was ready, and Wang Wei took him to a special location in the dream world. The second-generation god looked at the golden hues floating everywhere, and his eyes shone brightly. Such a significant amount of incense, he commented. He does not think he had seen such an extravagant amount. That's normal since it's from an entire world community, replied Wang Wei calmly. You know the plan, so let's begin. Liang Shixian sat cross-legged on the floor and began to cultivate. He ran the cultivation method Wang Wei created and immediately began to condense his soul ring and divine flame. The soul has certain innate qualities, one of which is its immortal essence. Without cultivator interference, a mortal's soul would not die or be destroyed and continue the endless cycle of reincarnation. The first part of this technique or path is to condense a soul ring born from the soul's immortal characteristic. This process is extremely difficult and virtually impossible for most mortals without a higher being's aid. However, Liang Shixian was a god and cultivated soul law. After numerous attempts, he condensed a soul ring above his divine soul. The next step was to absorb the incense and combine it with the ring. Incense, as an energy source of the gods, also contains divinity characteristic, and divinity is associated with immortality and power. Liang Shixian gave his 100% concentration to condense his divine flame. Since the deception trial, he has been practicing this technique even though it was full of problems back then. He was confident with all his simulations in the past few days. Wang Wei calmly watched him. He should be helping him in this part, but he knew of Liang Shixian's pride, so he only watched. After an unknown amount of time, a golden flame appeared above the soul ring in Liang Shixian's sea of consciousness. The divine flame was bright, noble, immortal-like, and divine. It released a burst of power that washed away every corner of Liang Shixian's soul and body. Now, not only was his soul immortal, but his body also shared the characteristics. How do you feel? Powerful, but also disappointed, said Liang Shixian. He could tell his strength was only on par with second-class emperors. You should be proud. Other people would never have this level of strength after becoming god kings. If not for your affinity with incense and your talent as a second-generation god, you would probably only be on par with third class. Liang Shixian shook his head, but Wang Wei did not say anything. He warned him beforehand and should have expected this outcome. What can you do? Besides bypassing most defenses and directly attacking the soul, I seem capable of temporarily borrowing power from the Grand Tao Source, he replied. That makes sense. Your soul is powerful enough to bear its power. However, I'm guessing the duration is very short compared to Tao ancestors. A god king's divine flame was the same as a Tao ancestor's inner world or an immortal venerate's immortal mansion. If it's destroyed, they lose their strength and suffer serious injuries. Yes, long-lasting battles against them are not recommended. Wang Wei nodded. Do you want to immediately announce the return of the soul path? No, I'm currently too weak, denied Liang Shixian. I have some privileges as its founder, and I will use them to become an eternal class powerhouse. Then, I will announce them. Will it take long? Asked Wang Wei. Not really, but I might need more incense. As long as you pay for it, that's fine. Liang Shixian did not mind since the latter fulfilled their agreement and owed him nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1050 Return of the Soul Path, 2. Liang Shixian did not immediately continue his retreat but entered the battle tower. He chose his first opponent, an immortal venerable. As soon as the battle started, he mobilized the power of his divine flame, releasing a spiritual pressure that rendered the immortal venerable immobile. My soul power can affect his soul, body, and even the operation of his immortal mansion, summarized Liang Shixian. With a thought, he crushed his opponent into meat paste. He chose a regular Dao ancestor for his next opponent, and Liang Shixian also restricted his strength to the same level. He had one purpose for this battle, to find how long a regular God King could last in battle while borrowing the power of the Grand Dao Source. The answer was 7 days of constant battle. Liang Shixian frowned. 7 days might seem a long time for any battle, but that's only if the strength between two individuals is similar. In a battle of similar prowess, it's normal for a battle to go on for years, decades, and even more. Given the lifespan of immortals, Liang Shixian would not be surprised if someone told him two emperors fought for millions of years, non-stop, without determining a victor. God Kings must not rely too heavily on the Grand Dao Source. Our main battle method should be direct soul attacks, or using illusion and other mind-interfering methods, analyzed Liang Shixian. Maybe we should use other laws to make up for it. Normal laws would be useless in battles of this level, unless they had something similar to heaven laws. We can create our own divine law, thought Liang Shixian. God Kings will not have ready-made incense for them to walk this path. So, they must create their own divine kingdom with followers that provide them with enough worship for the transition. Then, with the help of a great emperor, sadly, or other immortal beings, they will condense their soul ring and divine flame. I can gather the will of all my believers into a single unified power, or divine will, before fusing it with my law to create the so-called divine law. If my divine kingdom is vast enough, the divine law could probably work similarly to the heaven will and confront low-class emperors. Liang Shixian spent many years researching this path and had many ideas. After coming to the myriad emperor world and seeing a larger and broader world, he felt more inspiration coming every moment. The next test was a secret technique that burned his divine flame. In dire situations, Dao ancestors and immortal venerables can do the same to their inner world and immortal mansions. The research revealed what he had previously deduced: his soul path is way better than the immortal path but slightly worse than the Dao path. He also learned the divine flame is not easily rekindled once extinguished, and he will enter a period of weakness, just like any of the other paths. Liang Shixian continued testing his newfound strength, battling third and second-class insurgents, followed by actual great emperors. When facing an emperor, he could not borrow the power of the Grand Dao Source, but he was also not suppressed by the emperor's awakening or soul power. On the contrary, he obliterated his opponent's soul, leaving an empty body. Liang Shixian gathered much data on this new path and formed many ideas and plans for the future of this path. Afterward, he returned to the incense area of the dream world to continue cultivating. As he absorbed more incense, he saw the intensity of his divine flame slowly increasing. If I want to become a God Lord and God Emperor, the divine flame must reach its limit before I condense a second ring and flame. His eyes couldn't help but shine in anticipation. However, he knew he still had a long way to go. Liang Shixian did not continue cultivating but proceeded to use the special right granted to him by heaven and earth for creating this path. He absorbed a large quantity of incense to build a divine kingdom inside his sea of consciousness. He took inspiration from Dong Lifen's fortune dynasty path to build a vast divine kingdom in his mind, full of worshippers made entirely out of incense. He even gave them life by using his soul law. Liang Shixian knew such an act would force him to give most of his merit to Wang Wei, but he did not care. After he finishes, he will be an eternal tier insurgent and not the weak kind. If only all god kings were allowed to create a divine kingdom inside their sea of consciousness, thought Liang Shixian. If that were the case, his soul path would be very close to the emperor path, if not on par. Let's try this divine will and divine law idea. Liang Shixian looked at all the citizens in his kingdom and began condensing their will and desire into a single force or power. Unfortunately, such a thing was not his forte, so he quickly failed. Without a choice, he contacted Wang Wei to see how he could help. Then, the founder of the soul path had found his lips twitching unconditionally. "Fine, I will pay," he said, and soon afterward, a vast amount of information entered his mind, making him secretly sigh. Even with his current strength, he could not see the limit of that cheap bastard's power. "Success," celebrated Liang Shixian as he felt the new power he condensed. Fusing the divine will with his three laws, river, thunder, and soul, was relatively easy once he got the hang of it. However, he soon frowned. The divine law is too weak to affect eternal tier battles, concluded Liang Shixian. After considering things for a moment, he realized it made sense. Heavenly Tao boosted heaven's laws, but which one? The limit of the majority of Heavenly Tao is second class, so how could they help 5- and 6-star primarchs? Such a job would fall to true Heavenly Tao. His divine will cannot compare to such an entity. The good news is the divine will can act as another form of Tao will or will manifestation, albeit a weaker version, thought Liang Shixian. Another bad news is the method of condensing it in divine laws is an insurgent technique, meaning that it will not be universal to all god kings. Liang Shixian groaned. Each passing moment further proved to him that his path was not as special as he had envisioned or wished it to be. It's okay. A part of me already expected this, he told himself. Regardless of the outcome, he would not regret his decision, and that's because his disdain for the emperor path outweighed anything else. The cultivation retreat ended, so Liang Shixian walked out to see Wang Wei waiting for him. "How long has passed?" "Only 5 years passed outside," replied Wang Wei. "I guess I owe you even more." Liang Shixian knew time formation capable of affecting immortals was not simple. "This one is in the house," replied generously. He only saved the latter a few 100,000 years, which was nothing for him. "Are you ready?" "Yes," nodded Liang Shixian firmly before appearing somewhere in the court. He did not stand above the sky in the myriad emperor world, which could be interpreted as rude since he's an outsider. So, the ceremony was somewhere in the court. "Heavenly Tao above, be my witness, today, I, Liang Shixian, create the soul path to immortality that I dared call the God King path." His voice echoed throughout the world, and a few seconds later, an eye materialized above the sky. The eye of true Heavenly Tao manifested, gazing intently at Liang Shixian. Typically, this process would only take a few seconds, but oddly, the eye lingered for close to a minute, making Wang Wei frown. Is this related to the previous disappearance of the soul path? He thought. To this day, he still has no idea what has happened to that path. The only valuable information he learned from Wuhong was that some chaos worlds still had the soul path, while others were the same as the eternal ascension world. However, overall, the soul path had drastically decreased in the chaos universe. After what felt like an eternity, visions manifested between heaven and earth as the eye dissipated. Afterward, Liang Shixian's voice traveled throughout the entire lower dimension, alarming the world of a monumental change. Purple merit descended from the sky, and 65% of it went to Liang Shixian while Wang Wei pocketed the rest. But soon afterward, Liang Shixian had to give most of his share to Wang Wei, leaving only 10% for himself. Liang Shixian looked at the small portion left in his hand with a slight headache. But he gritted his teeth and handed another 5% to Wang Wei. What's this for? I want to use your incense to train a few followers. You should have access to some reserve, right? I had to hand them over during the Civil War, replied Liang Shixian with a sigh. Well, I'm not one to refuse a good deal. Wang Wei readily agreed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1051 Alternative Soul Foundation. Somewhere in primordial chaos, two titans were clashing non-stop. Then, out of nowhere, Supreme Unity suddenly paused. He immediately realized his mistake and tried to reach it, but it was too late. Maitreya took this opportunity and hit him with a golden palm, drawing a few drops of blood in the corner of his mouth. You should know better than to be distracted in this kind of battle, she stated before continuing her non-stop offensive. Meanwhile, Supreme Unity had to take a moment to compose himself and control his emotions. The return of the soul path allowed the eternal ascension world to fix a missing part of its existence, which in turn increased true heavenly Daoist power and control while reducing his. I cannot rely too much on heavenly book, thought Supreme Unity. It's time for me to take action. Many powerhouses in the upper dimension felt the soul path's reappearance. They knew that such changes would have worldwide repercussions, but only a few people knew exactly what these were. Origin Seal Continent, did you feel it? Asked Wu Hong. Yes, a new soul path, nodded Yen Hai. This one seems related to divinity instead of a pure soul path. That's not what I care about. Do you think his influence has been lifted? Probably. I mean, there have been signs, replied Yen Hai. The soul path returned in many chaos worlds, so it's not surprising. I'm just wondering how this will affect the future. The chaos universe will simply become even more complicated, replied the Sword Empress. Spirit, essence, qi, and Tao, only with these four things in perfect balance can the universe be perfect. Once that is achieved, many simple things will become complicated, many things that were once impossible or unauthorized will become common. This time, the chaos will truly be impressive, sighed Wu Hong. The Third Origin War, said Yen Hai with great fighting intent. I don't think it will be called like this. If Kishin's conjecture is correct and the kid will be the one who starts the chaos, why can't he use this name? As his ancestor, the least he could do is let me name the event. Wu Hong rolled his eyes. How are your injuries? Great. It won't be long before I won't be a small shrimp of an emperor, replied Yen Hai. How about it? Want to fight then? No, I don't want to embarrass you again. It will be different this time. I have a powerful body and entered a new swordsmanship realm. You're definitely not my opponent. And do you think I haven't improved? Wu Hong rebutted. The memories she received from the unknown clone were helpful in more ways than one. Yen Hai looked at her. Even the slightest improvement is difficult in their current realm but also drastically increases their strength. If you're scared, say so. Wu Hong ignored her and disappeared, making the Sword Empress snort. No matter what, it won't change the fact you will be my little daughter-in-law. Chu Divine Dynasty, Pei Lang felt the changes between heaven and earth, and many ideas flashed in his mind. The other paths are the backbone soldiers and middle-level officers of the revolution, and having a new path will also mean more variety in their troops. He groaned as he knew he had to attend an official meeting of the dynasty before having the free time to contact old Ma. Without hesitation, he wore his official clothes and headed to the palace. Midway through the voyage, Pei Lang felt a sudden terror overcome his mind. The feeling of dread was so intense that his body was shaking. What's going on? He quickly searched for an answer, and his face became ugly, an omen of death. His intuition was warning him that death was rapidly approaching. What happened? Was my identity exposed? This was unlikely. Pei Lang was not stupid and knew someone was protecting him. Otherwise, he would never be able to hide from certain individuals. Calm down, he repeated over his mind while breathing. No matter the situation, as long as I can become a boundless paragon, my chances of surviving this catastrophe should improve. As Pei Lang attended today's meeting, his facial expression never revealed any anomaly. No one could tell this famous prime minister received a terrifying omen of death. Pei Lang returned home after discussing the issue with the new soul path and immediately contacted Old Ma. Sir, we have good and bad news. What happened? We found Old Man Tianji, replied Old Ma. I'm assuming that's the good news. What about the bad? Well, we didn't find him per se, but he left a note for you, explained Old Ma before showing him the note, which read, "The pill is both a great fortune and a disaster." Pei Lang's eyes squinted. Diviners always speak in riddles and never direct with their words, a fact that he did not like. However, these words were easy to understand and deduce. The pill itself has no issue, but the process of breaking through will not be simple. Sir, what are you thinking? Asked Old Ma. Don't know. What do you think I should do? The situation is stable, so I don't think you need to rush, said Old Ma. We can take our time to ensure that your breakthrough will be smooth. Pei Lang did not say anything. Typically, such a tactic would be best, but not with death looming over him. He sighed, things have changed, and there is no time for a safe approach. What do you mean? Don't worry about it. I will enter seclusion to prepare for the breakthrough. I will leave a clone for you to contact. Sir, how sure are you? If this were any other time, I would say 80%. But now, I don't know. Old Ma was silent momentarily. Take care and be careful. Pei Lang nodded. They discussed how to best utilize this new path and increase their strength. As soon as the conversation ended, Pei Lang began to act. He had prepared many exits for himself for different situations, including needing a clone to replace his main body and preserve his identity. Once that was done, he disappeared from the world's view. Myriad Emperor World, Wang Wei looked at Xianxia in puzzlement. Such an act of returning the soul path to the world should have been a far grander event. However, besides the merit, nothing of significance occurred. He did notice a powerful destiny protecting the latter, and once Xianxia returns home, his race will also be protected. However, he felt the entire thing was underwhelming. What could be the cause? Thought Wang Wei, deducing countless possibilities. It's either the return of the soul path is not as important as I believe, or True Heavenly has reduced the impact of this event as a form of protection for Xianxia. Wang Wei was leaning on the latter. Just like Heavenly Tao owes Buddhism for what happened with the absolute beginning emperor, the divine race also suffered due to that catastrophe. So, it's possible True Heavenly Tao converted all the rewards and benefits of Xianxia into destiny and chi luck of his race. Under Liang Shixian's request, Wang Wei teleported the latter's followers from their clan's dimension. Afterward, Wang Wei began to check on the world. Many people are intrigued by this new path. Most of the god positions are accompanied by faith, meaning many people already have some level of resources for this path. So, many people who were previously trying to save for a grand Dao source seed opted for this cheaper path instead. They were happy as long as they were not the lowest of immortal venerables. While Wang Wei was waiting and observing, Yan Liling came to see him. Little sister, what happened? I have an idea and wanted to run it by you. I'm all ears. You know, I've been trying to understand existence, to establish a 9-extremity foundation? Indeed. How is your progress? I'm very close. I only need a slight push, and I feel I will succeed, replied Yan Liling. That's good news. Is that what you need my help with? Asked Wang Wei. We could try Lin Fan's approach. If he erased her existence, before reviving her through existence reconstruction, she might break through that last barrier. That's actually a good idea, replied Yen Liling. But that's not it. I was considering whether I can achieve an alternative 9 extremity like Juner, but instead of the body, through the soul. Normally, that would be impossible. There is a reason that the limit of strength is 7 leaf, and only through body refining and 9 extremity can this be overcome. Are you thinking of taking inspiration from this God-King path? Exactly, nodded Yen Liling. Let's see. We can modify the process so that you condense a soul ring with the growth characteristic of the soul instead of its immortal nature. Then, you can condense a soul flame using pure soul energy instead of incense. The soul flame should temper your soul beyond the limit and achieve strength on par with Tao ancestors, if not higher. So, it's possible? Asked Yen Liling with shining eyes. As an alchemist, the soul is very important to her, so this way is more compatible to her than the 9 extremity foundation. We can try. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1052 Hard Success, Transition and Transaction. Unedited chapter. Wang Wei frowned as he watched Yen Liling in the simulation trying to condense the growth soul ring. Things were not as simple as he imagined. The rules of heaven and earth allowed only the body to break the limit of 7 leaf, meaning it was not easy to break or become the exception. He began to help or assist her in the process. He showed her the soul's essence and allowed her to experience what it's like to have an emperor soul, followed by an innate paragon soul. However, all of these did not help, and she still failed. Yen Liling, let alone Wang Wei, were not people that easily gave up, especially the latter, who felt like someone was mocking him for trying to become an exception to the rules. So, he went extreme. He instilled Liang Shixing's memories of condensing his soul ring and divine flame into her mind. He allowed her to peep at the secrets of reincarnation, watching an infinite number of mortal souls experience life and death and how their souls develop in the process. He used his sub-soul, Tao, to allow her to experience how every stimulus affected the soul, including negative emotions, positive emotions, trauma, willpower, ambitions, desires, cultivation, law baptism, injuries, healing, etc. Wang Wei even showed her what it would be like to be a hive-mind creature with direct access to trillions of souls. Then, after years of effort and simulation, she finally succeeded. This was way harder than I expected, commented Yen Liling as she saw the ring above her primordial spirit in her sea of consciousness. The process could be described as torturous, which would be putting it lightly. The only good news is her understanding of the soul has reached a level she never thought possible. That's because you weren't trying to become a god king. Otherwise, the process would not have been so stressful, explained Wang Wei, who felt both relief and anger that the process was so arduous. That's worrying. Indeed. I'm afraid only people with an extreme talent for the soul have a chance of succeeding in this method. So, this foundation is only for people with professional Tao? And even only the very best of them, summarized Yen Liling. In other words, only people like her, Tong Ruobing, and the deceased Chen Chen might have a chance. Wu Ming, who is on the same level as them, relies more on his unique physique and might fail. Lu Qing also relies on his innate talent and risks failure as well. After all, Yen Liling used the force control skill, which is an even better version of his talent, but it was not enough for the procedure. The fact that there are 3 people with the talent for this kind of foundation is a testament to how many unparalleled geniuses this generation has, observed Yen Liling. Wang Wei groaned after hearing these words. He still has not given up on his father achieving 10 supremacy and thought this method might allow him to refine an innate emperor soul, but it appeared this attempt was futile. It seems Dad might have to wait for a foundation re-establishment in the later years of his cultivation journey if he wants a chance at 10 supremacy, analyzed Wang Wei. Let's proceed to the next part, added Wang Wei, and Yan Liling continued with the simulation. The next part was also difficult but not as extreme as the first. They had ample pure soul energy from the dream world's excellent business model, and Yan Liling now had a deeper understanding of soul Dao to increase the likelihood of success and accelerate the process. The combination of pure soul energy and the soul ring and ensuring the innate soul flame, named chosen by Yan Liling, contained the characteristic of nurturing. Further, to aid the growth or development of the primordial spirit took significant work between the two before finally succeeding. "How does it feel?" asked Wang Wei as he saw the final product. "Excellent. I can feel my soul growing with each passing minute," explained Yan Liling. "It won't be long before I can bear the power of the Grand Dao Source for a short period, meaning I will be able to refine Dao pills." "That's great to hear," replied Wang Wei before frowning a little. "I'm starting to think my plan for you guys to prove the Dao is unnecessary. At this point, it would be best to wait for the right generation and participate in the battle." "No need. I am more than happy to safeguard your era after you leave," replied Yan Liling. "And I know Juner feels the same. But there is no need. We want to, and that's what matters." Wang Wei sighed. "Alright. I just had a great idea. What if I fuse the origin pill flame with the innate soul flame?" It should increase your soul's potential or higher limits while also increasing your pill refining ability," analyzed Wang Wei. "However, as you know, this thing is very exclusive, so it won't be easy to fuse. We have the time." "That's true. Do you want to condense the soul ring and flame now or continue with the simulation?" asked Wang Wei. "It's best that I finish everything in one fell swoop." "As you wish, but things are about to happen on the outside, so I will leave a projection to continue helping you." "That's all right." Wang Wei left the dream world, and a little over 500 years had passed on the outside. Of course, Yan Liling had spent countless times higher inside the simulation with his help. With a single thought, he checked the world and muttered, "Things are about to set up in place." A few days after his exit, visions manifested all over the myriad Emperor world, followed by a mighty and noble cry of a dragon. All eyes immediately focused on the northern continent, and not long afterward, the world knew a new Eternal had appeared, Primal Darkness Dragon Emperor. The majority of the people were lukewarm about this new change. By this time in the era, Emperors and Eternals had become too normal. With the advancement of civilization and the dream world, mortals are more connected and have more knowledge about the cultivation world. So, even with their relatively short lifespan, they have records of things that happened 10,000 years ago. Wang Wei once prayed for the mortal children that have to learn such a long history. Luckily for them, their spirit is higher than regular individuals. The only people who genuinely care about Aoshan's achievement are the top lineages, as his new power increases the level of threat he poses, and the people who still refuse to acknowledge the rise or even presence of the demon race. Aoshan and the demon have only become an even greater threat to these people. They even critiqued the Heavenly Emperor for his passive, or even encouraging, attitude toward the demon race. Wang Wei did not care about how the world reacted to these changes. He looked at the northern continent, and a smile crept on his mouth as he thought of something. Mom should be interested in fighting him once she also proves the Dao. A battle of darkness, this should be a sight to see. Wang Wei watched the demon race begin to celebrate their chief's ascension. Some of them started discussing making this day an annual celebration for their kind, and many agreed. They had just cultivated their first Eternal, and all future descendants should remember and celebrate such an act. "There is a guest coming, so let's prepare," muttered Wang Wei before walking to the garden to prepare a table and tea. And as he expected, someone came to see him a few minutes later. "Come, sit down." Huafeng Huang saw the preparation and frowned before sitting down. "Since you've expected my arrival, then you should know why I'm here." "Not really. I only know you would be coming," replied Wang Wei. "I also deduced why you're here, but I rarely used my powers to know everything. I found that hard to believe." You could not imagine what it's like to have a conversation and know everything the other person will say or do down to the attoseconds. It's fine occasionally but begins to affect the mind the longer you use it. So, fate is a burden? Asked Hu Fenghuang in a tone that suggests Wang Wei she could not believe he would complain about such a powerful Dao. At least, to the current me, it is. Let's not talk about this. Hu Fenghuang decided to change the topic. I came here to borrow merit. I promise to return them with extra compensation. Ocean's transition got to your head? Although I don't want to admit it, it's true, nodded Hu Fenghuang. It irked her that the dragon had transitioned before her. Even so, there is no need to hurry. With enough time, you should be able to gather enough merit. But I don't want to wait any longer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1053 Negotiations. I don't have a problem lending you the merit, nodded Wang Wei after pondering for a moment. However, I don't want merit with interest. After hearing these words, Hu Fenghuang immediately became on guard. Suddenly, she felt she was making a deal with the devil, and such deals were never worth it. What do you want then? I want to borrow your ancient clan's Qi-Luck condensing artifact for the duration of my reign, directly stated Wang Wei, and Hu Fenghuang wanted to reject this idea immediately. But she controlled her urges and thought about the trade for a few minutes. It's not impossible to let you borrow it if it's only for this generation, said Hu Fenghuang. However, the small amount of merit I will borrow is not enough for a deal of such a caliber. She had already amassed a large quantity of merit but was short. The early stages of the expansion are over, so gathering merit is no longer as fast and efficient as it used to be. Nevertheless, they were still gathering merit, just at a turtle-crawling pace compared to before. Hu Fenghuang will gather the merit needed for the transition as long as she waits. After seeing Ocean's success, she only asked for a loan because of her competitive nature. That's a fair point. What do you think is a fair exchange? Let me think. Besides the merit I need, I want a few world communities for the ancient clan when the court further expands, said Hu Fenghuang. Additionally, I want the position of regent for 10 generations. Wang Wei shook his head. Do you feel it's not worth it? Asked Hu Fenghuang. I know you've been trying to gather the Qi-Luck artifact of the world that has contributed to the cultivation of civilization. I can tell you all the others cannot compare to our ancient clan including the Dao opening sect. She was not boasting, as their clan contained the unique blessing of all the others, Dao Father Qi-Luck, Alchemy Ancestor Qi-Luck, Talisman Ancestor, Array Ancestor, and Weapon Ancestor. Their clan's Qi-Luck is not as potent as the others because they are from an old era cycle, but it's still significant since these destinies have been blessed for the fact they were the first. And that's not to mention the countless other types of Qi-Lucks fused in the mix. As such, the price she asked for was more than worth it. Let me explain a misunderstanding you might have, countered Wang Wei. The expansion will not be a conquest where we take over other world communities, including establishing a court and taking over god positions. It's not. Many people assumed that was the next step and prepared for the upcoming world/planar war. I will use a less aggressive approach, replied Wang Wei. Our expansion will be the mortal civilizations, dream world, and enlightening temple. Over-aggression and conquering will be detrimental to the longevity of his era. So, he will use a more peaceful approach. Of course, Wang Wei also knows his method will also garner him a lot of enemies. These worlds will not be kind to foreigners for changing or influencing their history, and Wang Wei is prepared to use any means necessary to spread these things and gather merit. He's also prepared for the consequences. Hu Fenghuang frowned after hearing this news. I know what you're thinking, continued Wang Wei. This time around, 95% of the merit for the mortal civilizations will go to you, and I will only take 5%. That will indeed make up for the divine positions and other benefits, nodded Hufeng Huang, who also felt extremely jealous thinking about the benefit for everything else that Wang Wei and the Dao opening sect will receive. Are we allowed to establish our own court in other world communities? Asked Hufeng Huang. Yes, but you must reduce your power in this court, just like the Great Talisman City. Hufeng Huang's eyes narrowed. Despite the increase to 95% of the merit, the expansion will not be as simple as it seems because confrontation and war will be involved. In other words, the risk will increase, and many people will begin to wonder whether the benefits are worth it. Forget the benefit of the expansion, she said. If you want our luck artifact, the regent position is non-negotiable. I have no problem with granting it to you, but 10 generations is too long, argued Wang Wei. It's really not if you consider the instability of the position itself. With the effect of all you've accomplished, how difficult do you think it will be for a second-class emperor to appear and not be eligible to sit on the throne? Persuaded Hufeng Huang. Everyone knows that in the next 100 generations, the myriad emperor world will usher in an era of countless geniuses and top-tier emperors. So, who knows when our ancient clan will have the opportunity to use this regent position? Good argument, but also very flawed, replied Wang Wei calmly. I already stated that I will leave tests to determine who can inherit my legacy. So, even if someone meets the strength requirement, they can't become heavenly emperor if they don't meet my other requirements. Wang Wei looked her in the eyes. The regent position will be used more often than people believe. So, I can only give you 1 generation. After all, I'm the only one using the artifact, and it's only for a short period. No, that's too little, countered Hufeng Huang. A regent position with probably powerful emperors who failed is dangerous and not conducive to business. You cannot just want the benefit and not the trouble that comes with the job. Since I'm negotiating benefits, of course, I can, argued Hufeng Huang. If the ancient clan has to worry about a potent enemy while using the regent position, then the position's value has depreciated. Do you have any idea how much the position will be worth by the time I leave? Asked Wang Wei. Don't use this useless trick on me, countered Hufeng Huang. You and I both know many people or worlds will instantly reverse some of the things you've accomplished the moment you leave. Wang Wei's eyes secretly twitched as he had long predicted this outcome. Sadly, this was the price for using force to forcibly make these people and worlds develop, for the rapid development without preparation, and the backwater and conservative mindset of the cultivation world. His dream world will be fine as most people will find it helpful and want to protect it. Furthermore, true heavenly Dao won't want such a thing to be removed from the lower dimension after seeing its positive effect. The courts will also be okay as they have been the trend of heaven and earth for a long time. The progress he brought to mortals is the one he knows will be dismantled. Cultivators have always despised and looked down on mortals despite once being one. So, they will never accept such people have equal rights as them. Even worse, many won't even accept the fact that mortals are no longer the dirty and ignorant individuals they were and should be. Luckily, the mortals will have the enlightening temples to protect them and give them a fighting chance. And if some world might create a miracle where a mortal's art could reach the level of an immortal, these worlds will be saved. Things will not crumble as fast as you say, replied Wang Wei calmly. The fear his strength will bring to the world will prevent those people from actively acting on his legacy for at least a few dozen generations. Furthermore, he will also leave a fighting chance for the mortals. The sage statues in the temples are the first step. At the right moment, they can manifest a spirit and bear the destiny, karma, and luck of their people, who worshipped them as sages and protected them. With these sages, the mortals will have a fighting chance of survival even if a great emperor is the one trying to erase their civilization. Under the fear of my power, no one will touch my things for the next few hundred generations, Wang Wei calmly stated. Still over-exaggerating, no, you're simply underestimating me, countered Wang Wei. None of you know how powerful I will be before leaving and to what length I'm willing to go to protect my legacy. Hufeng Huang felt a chill run down her spine. However, she quickly regained her bearing and continued this negotiation. They talked for more than an hour before agreeing. In the end, Wang Wei was not willing to give the regent position for more than one generation. There were too many benefits to being a regent, and he only had to use the ancient clan's luck until his ascension. So, Huafeng Wang had to settle for other benefits like keeping all 100% merit in a few of the worlds during the community-wide expansion. After her departure, Wang Wei summoned Ao Shen to have an official chat with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1054 Dragon Gate. Ao Shen walked into the throne room and saluted as usual. With his awakening, Dao will manifestation, and a bloodline ability that turned into a source technique, he has achieved 3-peak battle fold, and that will increase after refining his unique proving Dao artifact and using the remaining merit he has to increase his cultivation. However, he knew such strength was useless before this man. What can I do for you, Your Majesty? I call you here for 2 reasons, stated Wang Wei. Firstly, I need to know whether the demon race will stay in the Myriad Emperor world or if you plan to leave to set up your own rule somewhere else. Do you want us to leave? Asked Ao Shen instead of answering. I don't care what choice you make, I just need to know which one it is so I can prepare beforehand. Ao Shen frowned, wondering whether these words were a threat. By his deduction, Wang Wei had no need to do such a thing, but he could not help thinking of the worse. He observed for a few seconds but could not find any information from the latter's bland and calm expression. The Myriad Emperor world is as much our home as any humans, replied the Primal Darkness Dragon Emperor. We have fought and contributed to this world despite how humans repay us every time. So, no, we do not plan to leave our home. Ao Shen never thought of leaving, otherwise, he would have done so long ago. He considered this place as much his home as the human race despite all the misfortunes and mistreatments they've suffered. Additionally, Ao Shen's greatest wish is one day, his kind will become the protagonist of this world, so leaving was never an option. That's good to hear, nodded Wang Wei, who chose not to comment on the latter's passionate speech about the demon race's plight. Was the human race wrong? Of course. It has been so long since the Golden Ape Emperor's appearance, and to this day, many people still use that excuse to justify their cruelty toward the demon race. After knowing that the Golden Ape Emperor was nothing but a pawn of the human emperor, the human race's actions were more than just cruel and excessive. Unfortunately, he was still a human and needed to see many things from this point of view. In the cultivation world where individual power is outrageous, and the importance of resources can determine a specious existence, things like peaceful coexistence between 2 different races, especially those of opposing cultures, views, and diets, are nothing but a pipe dream. So far, his reign has achieved a great balance between the human and demon races. He never belittled them, raised them from the ground, treated them relatively fairly, or tried to oppress them. But this cannot be said for his successor. The second topic is I wonder if you'll be interested in being an ambassador to the sealed innate lifeforms, asked Wang Wei. Them? Yes. It should be about time that I released them, and I thought you might be the person to introduce them to the world and help them acclimate. Ao Shen did not immediately give an answer. Although he was an innate demon, he never truly considered himself one of them. He was a bloodline miracle of the demon race, so he identified with them and considered them his kin. But that did not change the fact that his bloodline was no longer a demon. I need only consider the benefits, not the personal aspect of this move, thought Ao Shen. It's impossible to convince these creatures to join the side of the demon race. He knew how arrogant his kind were just because they were born from heaven and earth. So, even if these new ones aren't as arrogant because of the era, some things are innate, and for the innate demons, arrogance was one of these traits. Being the ambassador is an opportunity to form an alliance with the returned innate demons. Whether the alliance was military or economic, the demon race would benefit. I accept the position, replied Aoshan. That's good to hear, nodded Wang Wei. I will lower the restrictions in their seal. They should regain their consciousness and mobility but still cannot leave their small world. He waved his hand to give him a talisman. This should allow you to enter their sealed area. However, I recommend you communicate with them through divine sense first and only enter after they give you permission. Aoshan nodded as he would do the same even without these words. He understood the need for respect of his kind, so he would never barge in, even if he could. Well, I know you should be busy after your transition, so I won't keep you. Your Majesty, I have something I would like to ask. Go ahead, replied Wang Wei. Will the demon school continue to expand? Yes, but you won't be the only one sharing the merit. Aoshan's brow furrowed. He had already tasted the sweetness of being in charge of this project, so it was not a good feeling knowing everybody would have a share now. I understand, replied Aoshan while secretly sighing. The demon race needs a patent-worthy invention. Sadly, such a thing is rarer than how eternal emperors used to be. After borrowing, he left the throne room before disappearing from the court. Above the sky in the northern continent, he looked at the moon as he sensed a tribulation similar to his. She already has the merit? He thought before sneering as he guessed what she did to amass them so swiftly. After returning home, Aoshan immediately began to work. Now that he had changed to the most supreme of all cultivation paths, it was time to bless his people truly. The first step was modifying the spirit/innate chi veins scattered throughout the northern continent. He fused his dragon aura into the veins, turning them into a unique innate dragon vein that releases innate dragon chi. As soon as he succeeded, all the demon races felt the difference. Innate chi was already very helpful or useful in helping them purify their bloodline. But now, with the added dragon aura, the chi was specially designed for the growth and development of the demon race. From now on, the northern continent was truly their territory and theirs alone. Aoshan looked at his work and nodded in satisfaction. He then added the last finishing touch, protection. He did not want people to destroy his work after his departure, so he left his strength in these veins to protect them. Although he prepared a potent race protecting array to protect the northern continent, Aoshan wanted to be extra cautious. Aoshan teleported to a very well-hidden dimension of the demon race. He stared at a towering white gate with dragon designs. Without hesitation, he plunged his right hand into his chest to pull out his beating heart. His face paled, indicating this was a serious injury for someone of his kind. Aoshan did not care as he swallowed a pill to stabilize his injury. Under his control, the heart flew to the gate before fusing into it, turning it red while releasing intense lights. After a few seconds, the gate moved on its own as it flew exactly 99,999 kilometers in the air before opening its door to release water and forming what resembled a waterfall. A fish leaping the dragon gate to become a true dragon, muttered Aoshan with a wide grin. This dragon gate is the ultimate foundation he will leave behind to the demon race. Every generation, the most talented demons can come here to purify their blood by swimming up the water. The ones who successfully reach the gate will even have the opportunity to revert to innate and become like him or elevate their bloodline to be on par with innate demon gods. He had this idea after seeing the captured Wang clan member. Although he only saw the kid briefly, he guessed some of the essence of his bloodline. Aoshan walked to the waterfall and tasted it. Still needs a lot of work, he commented. He used many resources, including many different bloodlines, to build this gate, but it was still incomplete. Firstly, he would love to get more innate demon god bloodline to fuse with the gate, so that's another reason he accepted the Heavenly Emperor's proposal. Secondly, he needs to further nourish the gate with bloodline, but that will have to wait until his body reaches a higher level in the true power Dao realm. Lastly, he needs a very potent thunder resource to add to the gate. According to Aoshan's vision, this artifact would also assist his kind in their tribulation. He knows how terrifying the tribulation is for changing the bloodline or any other type of tribulation, and this thing will be of great use. Xianxia left this place to participate in the festivities. He still had a few more things to accomplish before he could visit the innate demon gods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1055 Seed of Distrust. Heavenly Court. Wang Wei observed the talisman with the characters, Ancient Clan, in his hand. The Ancient Clan was not a monolith, so their Qi luck artifact was many and took different shapes. However, the overall condensed luck of everybody manifested in the talisman in his hand. I thought it would be much harder for Hu Fenghuang to get her hands on this thing. It seems her control of the clan is greater than I gave her credit for, thought Wang Wei before looking at the moon. He saw her tribulation, and it was something to scoff at. True heavenly Tao was ruthless in the tribulation, most likely as a way to deter people from walking the path of transition. This is probably why, despite the ancient clan giving birth to a few 4- and 5-star primarchs, no one has actually transitioned. Of course, this kind of tribulation is child's play compared to his immeasurable tribulation, but it's not something ordinary heaven-chosen can handle. After observing for a while, Wang Wei put away the talisman before visiting Su Shi. After she made the court her residence, they talked often and further developed their friendship. Innate demon god race small world, this world is wrong, said Primordial Life, a giant woman with 4 spike horns and small celestial bodies orbiting around them. Yes, there seems to be some incongruity with our birth, agreed Primordial Death, a gendered-neutral colossal being with all black eyes, no pupil, and 6 arms. Primordial Might, why don't you say anything, the others asked, looking at another titan with significant muscle, blue skin, and 4 eyes. If you check the history of this world, you would understand why, replied Primordial Might. The others followed his lead and used their divine sense to scan the books of small supreme lands. So, we used to rule this land? Asked Primordial Death. The 3 looked at each other. They had no memories of their ancestors, and did not inherit any of their legacies. However, the previous history has made their situation more complex to navigate. So, what should we do? Asked Primordial Life. We do not have any connections to our ancestors. Our focus should be integrating into this world, replied Primordial Might. Just accept things like this, rebutted Primordial Life. Did you not sense that gaze after we were unsealed? Primordial Might asked, and everyone shivered at the mention of these words. They remembered that fear and warning. This is not our world, and the sooner we accept this, the better chance we have at surviving and eventually thriving, warned Primordial Might. He was the embodiment of the power law and also the idea that might is right. Since the human race hunted their predecessors to extinction, he believed they had the right to rule this world. Okay. In that case, let's discuss with the demons to see what they think, nodded Primordial Life, so they contacted the Ancestral Dragon, Empress Phoenix, and Origin Qilin. The conversation went all right initially until Xianxia showed up, telling them he was the ambassador of the court to introduce and initiate them into the world. The primordial gods noticed Xianxia's identity and became suspicious of his motives towards the innate demons. Luckily, the latter did not act rashly, and his actions showed nothing suspicious during the short meeting. However, the primordial gods realized their counterpart might have a direct ally in the form of the acquired demon race while they had nothing. So, they prepared for the possible break. Xianxia, you've become too predictable, thought Wang Wei as he watched these interactions. He knew the dragon would want allies for his demon race and counted on him to act on it. Now, the seed of suspicions has been planted on the primordial gods, which would lead to the separation of these two groups and eventually weaken them. The demon race can have the innate demons, and we will take the primordial gods, thought Wang Wei. He had already severed the connection between the current and former innate demon gods to prevent their history from affecting these creatures, but that was not enough. It does not change the fact they had such a glorious history, so Wang Wei needed to prepare in case one of them, maybe in the future, had the idea of reclaiming the glory of their ancestors. So, he decided to weaken them at the earliest inception. He would not give them time to form any bond or trust, as he immediately planted a seed of doubt in their mind on the first day they regained consciousness and interacted with the world. The next step is to completely separate them, even until they have completely different cultures and ideologies. That way, in the future, even if one of them has some ideas, it will become 100 times more difficult to execute them without the support of the other. Wang Wei calmly watched everything before continuing to wait and observe. He received news that the totem warrior path had finally been perfected without any issues. Wu Ming had done an excellent job training the court's divine generals and soldiers. These positions involved many benefits, so many cultivators volunteered to become court members in this capacity. So, the Totem Warrior Legion and Devil Legion received countless daily applications. The cycle of the seasons rotated, and it was 3 years later that Huafenghuang finally passed. The world celebrated the birth of the sacred beast Empress. Sadly, just like Ao Shen, people were now too used to the appearance of eternal emperors and did not care as much. They respected her as they should to a powerhouse of this caliber, but it was not the same. The only ones who truly celebrated were the ancient clan, as Huafenghuang was their first Eternals in a very long time. Despite their arrogance, they have been afraid of their clan's decline, and the appearance of an Eternal is proof of their revival, so, they all looked forward to the future. A little over a month after the sacred beast Empress appearance, golden lights enveloped the western White Tiger continent, followed by visions of gilded lotus and Buddhist chants. An intense amount of Buddhist Tao rhymes then enveloped the entire continent. Did he succeed? Muttered Wang Wei as he watched the show. No, not succeed, but something else. As expected, Fengheng, the Tao Zen Buddha Emperor, appeared to announce the appearance of a new scripture. However, this scripture is not for the entire myriad emperor world but for Buddhism in general. It is the perfect manifestation of all its ideals and philosophy. Fengheng received much merit for his efforts, probably even more than he would have for the perfect scripture for his home world. Over the past 10,000 years, Buddhism has spread to every corner of this world community, overshadowing Taoism or other religions, cults, or schools of thought. And that's despite Wang Wei's restrictions not to shove religion on people and Fengheng's desire not to repeat the old mistakes. In other communities, the seed of Buddhism already planted by Wang Wei and Fengheng has not improved much, but they have preserved their strength, waiting for the opportune time. Many things at home are about to be settled, muttered Wang Wei. That's a good thing for the upcoming outward expansion. He looked in the distance, his eyes focused on a tiny small 1,000 worlds. His mother was finishing the last few enlightening temples before her ascension to immortality. Nothing should go wrong, but I cannot help but worry, thought Wang Wei. As he waited patiently for the day, he received news from Miscellaneous One and returned to the sect. Which one did you finish? Asked Wang Wei. The Immortal Qi Array, replied Miscellaneous One as he showed him the final result of his hard work. Like you wanted, immortal venerables can link their mansions to the array, and it will help them cultivate. I also added tears as you recommended. Wang Wei nodded. Since he instructed the creation of these things, the situation has changed, so he needed a different approach. The Tao opening sect was too powerful, so they did not need the appearance of any immortal sovereigns. That's why, even if they have enough qi to cultivate one, they never use it and leave it for future emergencies. This thing came at the perfect time, commented Wang Wei. He knew there might be a backlash because he would not expand his court into other world communities. Many of these people were already preparing for war, wanting to fight for their benefit. However, the array is the perfect incentive to replace the court positions these people would have acquired for the expansion. You did a great job, praised Wang Wei before leaving the sect with the array. He first secretly set up the main array in the Myriad Emperor world before establishing interconnected branches in all worlds in the community. His array Dao, which had now reached over 10%, made it easier to do so, and this approach drastically strengthened the overall power of this formation. Once Wang Wei finished, he did not announce the news to anyone as he waited for the next court meeting to give the news. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1056 Family Celebration. Wang Wei did not have to wait long as a few months later, his mother secretly visited him. Her time was ready, and she was stressed about the upcoming event. Wang Wei reassured her by preaching existence to her, and this approach immensely helped Yu Yan feel more confident. Then, the day finally arrived. While Yu Yan prepared in the Yu clan, Wang Wei, Wang Tian, and Wang Chang watched everything from a screen in the court. "Do you think she will be okay?" asked Wang Tian, walking back and forth to the point his father became annoyed and smacked him in the back of his head to stop. According to the old man, his jittering made him more nervous, so he had to stop. Wang Wei, who was trying to keep himself from laughing, said with difficulty, "She's fine. After all, don't you know who she gave birth to?" "Are you praising her or yourself?" asked Wang Tian, rolling his eyes. "Of course, her." Wang Wei was not lying, as he was born with an immense destiny and the tremendous karmic weight that comes with it. The fact she survived his birth is a miracle, and also due to the support of the Dao opening sex luck and destiny. But her survival is a testament to her talent, ability, and potential. Wang Tian exhaled. The atmosphere in the room allowed him to calm down. He knew his wife's capabilities, especially after finding herself and her ambitions. So, he decided there was no need to panic, and he only needed to trust her. The time for the ceremony arrived, and Yu Yan began. She called upon heaven and earth respectfully before summarizing her accomplishment of bringing balance between mortals and cultivators. She emphasized how peaceful the world has become because of her actions. The eye of heavenly Dao manifested and judged her actions. Then, after she offered the required merit, the latter lowered a heaven will to her. Muttered Wang Wei. "What is it? Is something wrong?" asked Wang Tian, but his son did not answer. Instead, a powerful and mysterious aura emanated from his body. "Nothing?" said Wang Wei. "No, I would not have this weird feeling if it were nothing." He no longer hesitated and swallowed an illusionary pill, raising his strength to the Empyrean tier. "Found you, little rat," said Wang Wei with a sneer before making a crabbing motion. In his palm were two potent souls condensed into crystals. "Intruders?" asked Wang Chang. "Yes." "Do you know who?" She, replied Wang Wei, who recognized the strange power that was protecting these people from his detection. He waited for the perfect time to strike. He sneered with a terrifying killing intent that made the room freeze. "What are you going to do?" Wang Wei crushed these souls after getting the information he wanted. "I already plan to attack him and the commerce hub after the expansion to the martial hegemony world. The plan won't change." Despite his anger, he knew not to act out of emotions, so he soon calmed down. However, if the Spirit Genesis sect had a small chance of surviving his wrath before, they no longer had this opportunity. Wang Wei focused on his mother. As soon as she absorbed the heaven will, he felt relieved as she knew she was now under true heavenly Daoist protection. Now, he only had to wait for the final result. He watched with bated breath as the first flower appeared around his mother, indicating she met the first requirement of 20% Grand Dao source. Soon afterward, she condensed her Dao will, and the second flower materialized. "Come on, honey. We're more than halfway done," commented Wang Tian as he looked with excitement. He knew the last one was the real hurdle and the one that mattered the most. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the four of them watched the third flower condense, followed by a grand vision surrounding the entire world. Wang Wei sighed in relief. His eyes saw the truth. If he had not put up that stupid play for true heavenly Tao, his mother's chances of becoming an eternal would have been drastically lowered. Life is truly like a game, and you must know the rules and play if you want to reach the top, thought Wang Wei. There were many things in the cultivation world he was not happy with, for example, the raising gu method of the emperor path. However, he lives by the philosophy that he has to play the game and follow the rules until he can become a rule-maker. Otherwise, if he tries to be special and break the rules while weak, the only fate awaiting him is one worse than death. "Let's go see her," said Wang Tian, not hiding his excitement. "No, it's not over yet," said Wang Wei, and he was correct. "I am Yu Yan, daughter of Yu Yong and Yun Zhaojun. Today, I have proven the Tao and taken on the title of Eternal Darkness Empress. I am also the first sage of merit of this blessed era." As soon as she finished these words, something anomalous occurred. Her vision began to spread throughout the lower realm, and her voice echoed throughout most of the lower dimension. A golden figure of Yu Yan appeared above heaven and earth, and most people in the entire dimension saw the figure. All cultivators instantly knew that a sage of merit was born. This was her golden body of merit. The body was pure, noble, and exuded awe and status. Sounds of sages and profound scholars chanting echoed from it. No matter their cultivation, anyone with an abnormal amount of negative karma could not directly look at the golden figure. After a few minutes, the golden figure fused with Yu Yan's body, granting her many of its attributes. "That's one of the best tier 1 golden body. A little more merit and she can condense a second tier," commented Wang Wei with praise. "That's my wife," praised Wang Tian. "That's my mother," countered Wang Wei. "And that's my daughter-in-law, what's your point?" added Wang Chang, making the other two speechless. Instead of wasting time, let's go see her. The charade of deceiving true heavenly Tao had to remain for a while, so Wang Wei and the group had to visit Yu Yan in her clan instead of her returning to the Tao opening sect. They had a short party for everyone, including Yu Yan's clan, sister, and Wang Wei's cousins. Finally, it was the four of them. "Again, congratulations, Mom," said Wang Wei as he hugged her. "Thanks, honey. My wife is an eternal emperor. How many men can brag about such a thing?" "Stop saying that. Aren't you embarrassed?" said Yu Yan. "What? I can't be proud," replied Wang Tian before taking a large sip of his wine. He looked at his son. "Jealous, aren't you? Don't talk nonsense. Honey, the boy is not so fragile. Plus, didn't she basically promise to give him a chance?" Wang Tian laughed before continuing to drink. "Old man, I won't forget today," said Wang Wei with gritted teeth. Instead, he received his father's laughter, followed by his grandfather, who joined in his misery. Yu Yan was speechless. These people seemed happier than her. The family had a small dinner while drinking, and Wang Wei cooked. "How does it feel to be a sage?" asked Wang Wei after serving the food. "Great. Everything feels like it will work out." "Will that not affect you?" asked Wang Wei. Having such a mindset might be dangerous in the long run. "No, as it's more of a passive afterthought," replied Yu Yan. "Plus, the fusion has strengthened my willpower, Tao heart, and state of mind." "That's good. Can you use it in battle?" asked Wang Tian. "Yes. I can summon it as a defensive technique, and it's quite powerful," explained Yu Yan. "But it lacks any attack abilities. I can burn the golden body to increase strength, but that's not recommended." "I'm guessing the healing time for that golden body is a nightmare," added Wang Tian. "Yes, even worse than the lower class of emperors." Yu Yan shook her head. The amount of time she would need to heal her golden body if she used that secret technique is astronomical. "Any other restrictions?" continued Wang Tian, slightly intrigued. I can't amass too many karmic sins, or I will lose it, but despite that, there are no other limits. That's fair, nodded Wang Tian. Wire, you said your mother was close to a Tier 2 golden body. Do you want to give her the merit for it? I was about to bring that up, nodded Wang Wei. What do you think? No need, replied Yu Yan. I have a plan. Do tell. I've been thinking about how to make our turn in the heavenly court after Wire, and I think I have an idea, said Yu Yan before explaining her plan. I had a similar idea, just for swordsmen, added Wang Tian with shining eyes. He looked at his son. What do you think? Both those ideas are worthy of patents, replied Wang Wei. However, Mom, you should do everything possible to prepare the Yu clan to hold this patent. I will. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1057 Battle of Darkness. The Dao opening sect will not allow anything to happen to the Yu clan, but they still need to be able to hold their weight. Additionally, after their departure, something like this patent was enough to cause a fallout between these two factions, so Wang Wei wanted to be prepared. Now I feel left out, said Wang Chang. These people were planning their reign as Heavenly Emperor, which made him realize he might be the only non-Heavenly Emperor in the family. And even if he becomes one, who knows how long in the future. Wang Tian placed his hands on his father's shoulder and gave him more drinks. Drown your sorrow with the wine. Wang Chang wanted to beat his son. What kind of weird method of reassurance was this? What? Can't hold your liquor, old man? Wang Chang saw the veins popping on his forehead. Okay, let's see who can't drink. That's more like it, said Wang Tian. Come on, son. Let's compete. I'm good, replied Wang Wei while giving him hints with his eyes. Today was about his mother. If these idiots get too drunk, who knows what they will do and say and possibly ruin things. Sadly, they were already too drunk to notice or realize. You're boring, said Wang Tian before drinking with his father. Wang Wei looked at his mother. I will stop them in time. Don't worry about it, let them enjoy themselves. After all, you will only share your secret staff without reservation on such rare occasions. Yu Yan did not mind as she also enjoyed her drinks at a more moderate pace. It's been a while since we got together and truly relaxed, she continued. We have been so busy with our lives and goals. I missed the old days. I do, too, nodded Wang Wei. When do you think we will truly have peace and tranquility? Asked Yu Yan. Probably after truly reaching beyond the pinnacle of this universe, replied Wang Wei. But even then, we might have different troubles. A sad truth, but a truth nonetheless, sighed Yu Yan. I sense you're a little sad. Is it because we can't go back to the past? That's not it, replied Yu Yan. I missed my mother and father. I always dreamt they would see the day I became an emperor. It's unfortunate. I can help you see them, said Wang Wei. I can summon a projection from the river of time, a projection from the time before their death. Or better yet, I can find their reincarnation and help them recuperate their past self-memories. Yu Yan thought for a few seconds. Forget it. Life is never perfect, so I'll accept the fact they will never see the current me. Well, it's your choice, replied Wang Wei, who was slightly glad he would not have to see that bastard Yu Yong. No matter how long has passed, he will never forget him for taking away his grandmother. It's been so long, haven't you forgotten and forgiven? Asked Yu Yan. Never, replied Wang Wei calmly. I've never seen this petty side of you. It's there but rarely comes out, replied Wang Wei, and Yu Yan could only shake her head. They changed the topic until a few minutes later, Wang Chang stumbled in their direction. Boy, how is the preparation for my battle going? I found the 9 Sons Emperor, but that's all I know so far, replied Wang Wei. The talisman he gave Yang Guowei indicated he had found his father, but no more information could be sent, given the distance between them. Until the next exchange with the rebellion, he won't know much. So, it's near, slurred Wang Chang. It seems I need to step up my training. He walked away to continue drinking. The party continued for a few days, and Wang Tian and Wang Chang drank so much that they lost their vision for more than a week afterward. When the party finished, Yu Yan sent a challenge to Ao Shen, even before preaching to the world. Void battlefield, the proud dragon appeared in this empty, all-white space. He looked at the woman opposite him and said, "Your Majesty, and am giving you that level of respect simply because of your son, do you want to use me as a stepping stone?" "You're overthinking things," Yu Yan replied calmly. "We have the same Tao, so I thought our first battle would be best against each other. I think it would be a great learning experience, don't you think so?" Ao Shen looked intently at her before his brow finally relaxed. "You have a point. Then, let's begin." He immediately activated his awakening, which took the form of black dragon theme armor around his body. His strength increased by 3%, followed by 2% of his Tao will, 5% for will manifestation, 2% for his flesh, and 3% for a source technique for his chaos bloodline. His proving Tao artifact had not been refined yet, and his soul was still ordinary, so this was the extent of his power. Yu Yan followed in his footsteps. Her awakening manifested as 2 pairs of dark wings floating behind her. However, the boost she received was only 2%, and her Tao will was also 2%, will manifestation was 3%, the fleshly body was another 3%, and 5% for proving Tao artifact. Her son gave her all the resources needed for an ultimate artifact. As Yu Yan felt the power coursing through her veins, she was satisfied, especially knowing she still had tremendous room for growth. She must still refine a Darkness Emperor soul and cultivate the force control skill to the highest level. Once she accomplishes these 2 things, her strength will rise another 2-fold. Not to mention the growth of her fleshy body, Tao will, and will manifestation. "Let's begin," said Yu Yan. World of darkness, a pure, raw, and untainted blackness soon replaced the power of void in this infinite battlefield. "Affecting my senses with darkness? Aren't you underestimating me too much?" sneered Ao Shen as he used his power to see through this darkness. "Little dragon," said a voice that echoed through the darkness. It seemed to originate simultaneously everywhere and at one specific point. "The darkness is merely a passing point in your life, your true passion and desire is chaos. So, how could you deal with someone who was raised by it, molded by it, and reveled in all its intricacies? Molded by darkness? You were a housewife all your life, but you dare make such a bold claim?" Ao Shen opened his mouth to fire a powerful beam that would collapse this world of darkness. Unfortunately, his effort was futile. A powerful force hit him in the face, bending the armor on his face before sending him flying away, and before he reached far, he received thousands of attacks. Assimilation. Ao Shen reacted swiftly as he used his own darkness Grand Tao source to assimilate with his opponent, trying to use her power for his. "My analysis of you was correct, little dragon," Yu Yan's voice echoed. "Don't you know there are different kinds of darkness?" Ao Shen soon knew the meaning of these words. As he assimilated with her darkness, his soul was immediately assaulted by what he could only describe as the darkness of darkness. Darkness, at its essence, is only the absence of light, but other things are associated with it: sins, negative emotions, fears, and myriad other things. He then realized his opponent's darkness was divided into 2 parts. The purest part was used to isolate all his senses, while the other aspect served as a trap for when he tried to assimilate. "She completely read me," thought Ao Shen as he used his Tao will and will manifestation to protect his soul and spirit. "She immediately saw how my usage of darkness was not as pure as her because of my chaos bloodline and used that against me." Darkness swallow. Ao Shen's chest emanated a powerful devouring power, allowing him to swallow or devour his opponent's world of darkness swiftly. It seems I have to take this battle more seriously, he commented, looking her in the eyes. That is the bare minimum respect you should have shown me as an opponent. Sadly, you only saw the mother of the Heavenly Emperor before you. You're right, and I apologize for that. Ao Shen directly acknowledged his mistake. He had been so caught up in the world's politics that he had made such an obvious blunder. Since she's an opponent of equal strength, he should not have any reservations and go all out. Without hesitation, he transformed into a colossal dragon covered in black armor. Now, I can use all my strength, he declared boldly. You're not the only one with a noble bloodline, rebutted Yu Yen before activating her pseudo-human fiend god bloodline, still needs to reach 11th revolution, and her body grew to the same size as Ao Shen, along with tattoos on her right arms that resembled tribal markings. This fight might be more interesting than I originally thought, commented Ao Shen. I feel the same. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1058 Battle of Darkness, 2, Demon Heart of Darkness. Ao Shen's eyes turned blood red as he used a technique to absorb all the negative emotions of his kind since ancient times. The demon has suffered immensely under the oppression of the human race, so the amount of negative emotions they produced over countless eras could not be described in simple words, and it brought the prideful dragon a significant boost in strength. This technique, thought Yu Yen, who realized this was a source technique that gave him another 2% boost. Additionally, she could tell this thing had much more potential for growth and development. Bang! Ao Shen's tail whipped her like she was an unproductive slave, breaking both sets of radius and ulna as she crossed her arms to block. Yu Yen immediately decided to distance herself from her opponent because she noticed the attack contained negative attacks that acted like corrosion, burning her skin, muscles, and flesh. In other words, her bones cracked due to the attack's force while she had to worry about the passive corrosion. Luckily, she was not so battle deficient and prevented her opponent's Dao will and will manifestation from entering her body. Ao Shen would not give her the distance she wanted, so he increased the speed of his tail attacks and used darkness to condense even more tails. Yu Yen evaded hundreds of them in less than a second, but she knew it was only a matter of time before she was overwhelmed. She acted decisively by detaching her two limbs from her body, forcing them to act like missiles. They rushed out of their sockets and flew toward two of Ao Shen's tails at unspeakable speed. Boom! Gravity repulsion bomb. Yu Yan's arms turned into black holes as soon they touched the tails before releasing a potent gravitational wave that pushed her opponent away. This act granted the breathing room she needed to regenerate her limbs while also getting away from his direct attack range. The soul's light after darkness. A terrifying darkness enveloped Yu Yan's sea of consciousness. Such darkness should have withered the soul or spirit with its power derived from fear of the unknown, but it had another purpose, strengthening it. By resisting the power of darkness, her soul reached a level of purity unlike anything before, manifested by the immense light released to block the darkness. Then, Yu Yen used a soul attack on her opponent. This technique was quite efficient on Ao Shen for a few reasons. One of his weaknesses is his ordinary soul, which Yu Yen knew and targeted. Secondly, she used her incomplete, force control skill, to acquire an additional 2% Grand Dao boost, thus elevating her power to the same level as the dragon. Blood dripped from Ao Shen's nose as this attack bypassed his soul defense. Dark Side of the Moon. A strange moon manifested in his sea of consciousness, releasing a significant amount of yin energy that protected and healed his soul's injuries. Then, the moon hung above his primordial spirit, serving as its eternal guardian. Ao Shen waved his claw, and black ink appeared. He used them to write the character, Suppression, in the void. Yu Yen immediately felt an unknown power that resembled gravity weighing on him to prevent her mobility. The power of ink? It should be a technique using Yang Guo Weiss Chrome Dao, she swiftly analyzed. Countless thoughts flashed in her mind, thinking how to respond. She could use a similar technique with her understanding of darkness Tao and how she once learned her son's technique, Emperor words are law. However, it's not the best move to counter this technique with a similar technique in this situation. If Aoshan were a much weaker opponent, this choice would be wise because it would also affect him psychologically, but now was not the best choice. While her mind was in overdrive trying to find a solution, Aoshan had already gone on the offensive. A jet-black sword materialized before his opened mouth and rushed toward Yu Yen with breakneck speed. The power of destruction? No, the darkness after the destruction of a world, hence the hint of destruction, she analyzed. Cosmos of infinite void, the universe was infinitely vast, and most was dark and empty space. Yu Yen took advantage of this fact to use darkness Tao to control spacetime Tao. She created an infinite cosmos before, so this sort of destruction would have to navigate the infinite space before it could reach her. She also applied this technique to suppression ink technique, in other words, the power of suppression must pass through an infinite void before reaching her. Yu Yen protected herself and regained her freedom. Alas, Aoshan reacted even faster than normal. With a thought, he removed the darkness in this void, making it shrink faster than it can infinitely expand. A sneer appeared on the corner of the dragon's mouth. He had seen Wang Wei and Di Tian's fight in the dream world and fought against him. One of his defensive techniques was the same but using space Tao. Aoshan had prepared how to deal with it, so Yu Yen did not stand a chance. Blind spot. The human retina has a spot where the optic nerves connect, and this area contains no light-sensitive cells, meaning no one can see. This area is called a blind spot, and humans do not see a black spot in their vision because of the brain's ability to guess or make up what is there. Aoshan's attack was based on this fact. Once he uses this technique, even extra senses, i.e., divine sense, will be useful. Push. 3 black spheres appeared out of nowhere and impaled Yu Yen. She never saw them coming. Her battle instinct made her body move independently, evading more of them. Her battle experience is higher than I originally gave her credit for, thought Aoshan, knowing that her movement cannot be learned or acquired without years of battle experience. He knew his opponent was smart by the intricate plan of her first attack, but intelligence was different from battle IQ and experience. Aoshan continued his attack, but it did not do as much damage as he had anticipated. His technique was not so easily dealt with, even if his opponent was a master of darkness. He included soul/spirit Tao from his chaos bloodline in it. 2 more spears penetrated Yu Yan's defense before she realized using pure darkness was not enough to break this technique. Illumination. She raised her hand to manifest an intense light that dispersed any darkness-based technique in her surroundings. A light sub-Tao? Given your family, I should have expected as such, commented Aoshan. However, I'm still surprised. I thought you would be the kind that focuses on the purity of darkness and would never be associated with light Tao. How can I understand the essence of darkness without profound knowledge of its antithesis, replied Yu Yen. She was not one of those swordsmen enamored with the idea of purity. So, light has always been one of her sub-Tao, especially since her goal has always been to combine light and darkness Tao to establish the best foundation for the Yu clan. The essence of darkness, huh? How about we see which of our darkness is the best? Fine by me. Aoshan immediately acted. A wave of darkness materialized around him, an old, even ancient, kind of darkness. One could describe this darkness as primal because it is the first form of darkness between heaven and earth. When primordial chaos had first formed and was slowly transitioning from a state of nothingness to a state of matter and energy, this was the form of darkness that existed. It could be argued as the first color that ever existed in the universe. Yu Yen did not want to be outdone as she released her darkness. It was not as ancient as her opponent, but it had its characteristics, eternal or everlasting. Before the universe materialized, darkness was prescient, and when it eventually ends, darkness will still exist. darkness is eternal. The two different types of darkness clashed, turning the void battlefield into a black and white world. If this battle had occurred outside, the myriad Emperor world would have been plunged into an incomprehensible darkness, scaring all sentient beings. The clash ended with Aoshan returning to his human shape and Yu Yen floating in the void with a pale face. "You won," she said. "That may be so, but your darkness still trumps mine," replied Aoshan. He was the final victor because of his strength, but the essence of his darkness was not on par with hers. It's understandable since, as she said, his heart was in his chaos bloodline. "A win is a win," said Yu Yen with a smile. She thanked him for the fight before disappearing. Heavenly Court, what do you think? Asked Yu Yen. "It was a great fight," replied Wang Wei. "No need to sugarcoat it. Tell me the truth. Your battle experience is shoddy compared to the top genius of my generation," replied Wang Wei directly, not mincing his words. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1059 Next batch, is it that bad? Asked Yu Yen. "You didn't see it because this was not a life and death battle," continued Wang Wei. "Otherwise, Aoshan would have mistreated you even with the same strength. Of course, you wouldn't die with the golden body, but it would be a different story without it." Yu Yen was silent. She expected she would not be on par with the geniuses of this extraordinary generation. After all, she never participated in her Heaven Will battle and spent most of her time as a non-combatant. But she never thought the difference would be so vast. "How do you feel?" asked Wang Wei. "Sad, despite expecting this outcome," replied Yu Yen. "I never expected how much my role as a mother and housewife would affect me." She had a wry smile as she repeated Aoshan's derivative comment. "Regret it? No. I never regretted loving my family. And if I had the chance, I would still make the same choice." "But you wouldn't have given up your warrior side," added Wang Wei. "Exactly. I could have been all three, a mother, wife, and pinnacle warrior," nodded Yu Yen before sighing. Wang Wei agreed with her, "It's not too late." "True, so what advice do you have?" "First, you must know your potential exceeds Aoshan's." "Yes, but only because I'm your mother." "And what's wrong with that?" rebutted Wang Wei. "Without the Dao opening sect and the memories from my past life, I would never have today's accomplishments. As sad as it is, sometimes, birth is truly the determining factor for success." "You have a point." Wang Wei glanced at her and saw she had accepted this truth, at least enough not to let it bother her. "With the human fiend god bloodline, your body refining path will be smooth," he continued. "Aoshan trumped you in willpower manifestation because he had to fight against countless emperor imprints during his heaven path tribulation. I can recreate the same environment for you to temper your willpower. You can slowly train your Dao will until the 5% boost level, but the process is slow and tedious. It's best to wait until you re-established your foundation to 9 extremity, and you will naturally reach that level. You have the blueprint for the best possible Darkness Emperor soul and only need a rare material to speed up the process and ensure no issue. Lastly, it's the issue of battle IQ and experience." Wang Wei paused briefly. "You can use Li Jun's battle dream technique. It will be like you were using the battle tower every day without stopping. This should be enough to raise your battle experience to a higher level, but that's not enough. You also need the drive, ambition, and killing instinct of a top heaven chosen. I will also create a world for you to train." "A world like your father?" "I'm intrigued. Tell me more." "It will be designed for you to constantly fight and kill, starting from Immortal and through every cultivation stage. I will create top talents for you to fight. However, be warned that your memories will be modified to instill a sense of urgency. Knowing this is a training world and cannot die will affect the training process. I'm fine with that, nodded Yu Yan. Will I have to restart cultivating or slowly awakening the strength I have now? Reawakening, replied Wang Wei. The objective is for you to be able to utilize your current strength beyond its limits, like a top heaven chosen. That makes sense. Yu Yan's eyes twinkled. Do you want to start now, or are you busy? I will start immediately. However, I recommend raising your battle experience before using this world. Otherwise, I doubt you will survive the later stages. Yu Yan accepted his advice. She chatted briefly before leaving. Her husband saw the fight and wanted to reassure her that one defeat meant nothing. She appreciated the sentiment but was not affected after the chat with her son. Wang Tian felt relieved his wife was not bothered, so he asked her to spend a few years of romance together. Yu Yan's mind was on her training, so she only agreed to a week, much to Wang Tian's chagrin. Meanwhile, Wang Wei did not waste time and immediately started creating the world for his mother. He designed the thing like a video game with difficulty. With all the emperor imprints he gathered for the battle tower, it was relatively easy to recreate the young version of many great emperors throughout history. So, in the most difficult setting of this world, his mother will have to fight against talents on the level of the absolute beginning emperor, Wu Hong, his father, himself, and many geniuses of his generation. Of course, he limited the power ceiling as the purpose was to train his mother's battle experience and IQ. The process took a few days because he wanted to be as meticulous as possible. Then, with a wave of his hand, the new world, inside a shining orb, teleported to his mother. Next, let's get busy, muttered Wang Wei. His next destination was the swallowing zone to check on the Genesis fruit. After nourishing it with the dream power gathered from an entire world community, the changes to the fruit were visible to the naked eye. Wang Wei was now convinced that once he spread the dream world to all 3,800 world communities, he should be able to gather enough energy to almost ripen this fruit. And if he considered the few immortal sovereigns he would feed it, there should be no problem to ripen it. His next destination was the Nether Hell. Wang Wei would often check on Old Man Nether and reinforce the seal. He did not want any trouble with his forbidden place until he was ready. After returning to the court, he sent invitations to different places across the endless void. Soon after, a portal opened before him, and a projection of wrath walked with many neo-devils behind her, including Gluttony and a few members of the 7 sins that survived the cleanup. Wang Wei was surprised as he thought she would not want these close friends/brothers and sisters to be entangled in such dangerous affairs. "Are you sure our identity won't be an issue?" asked Wrath. "Don't worry. If they don't want to accept you, I have already planned a backup to reimburse you." The initial instance of this chapter being available happened at N0V3L, BJN. Wrath looked at him in the eyes. "I'm trusting you with my family. Do you understand this?" "I do, and I won't let you down." "Good." Wrath soon left after a few more words, and Wang Wei put these people away. A few minutes later, more great emperor projections appeared, with people following them. Soon, Tong Ruobing and Mu Lei, Ji Lanfang, Shi Qian, Shi Shangyan, and the Demon Suppression Emperor appeared. They had a long meeting to introduce everybody since they were in an alliance. They discussed many things, including trading between their worlds and communities, and set up rules for their military alliance. Once the meeting ended, most people dispersed. Ji Lanfang stayed because he wanted to see his friend, Wang Tian. It also helped his decision after Wang Wei told him his father had a special world that he would appreciate, and he was more correct than he thought. After meeting Wang Tian, Ji Lanfang also entered the swordsmanship world and did not want to leave. Luckily, he was a projection, or the people from his sect would have thought their heavenly emperor was abducted. Shi Shangyan briefly chatted with Wang Wei afterward, only telling him he sent her family the news, but there has been no response as of yet. The Demon Suppression Emperor asked for a tour of the Myriad Emperor world, and Wang Wei obliged. Xianxia said she had something important to discuss but said she could wait until he had all his affairs in order, so she became a temporary guest in the court. Wang Wei summoned Wang Qi with the next batch of people to be trafficked to the upper dimension. Then, a few days later, Wang Qi returned with the resources in hand. There were no issues with the devil race? No, they didn't even ask, replied Wang Qi, and Wang Wei pondered. There were two reasons for this response. Firstly, the upper dimension is not as prejudiced against the devil race, or their history has long been forgotten or erased after the rise of these parasites. Maybe a combination of the two. He dismissed Wang Qi before checking the resources. As expected, he commented. According to his agreement with these people, the resource exchange is based on the talent of the individual sent. After a preliminary analysis of the batch's talent, they will calculate what to send. Then, there will be additional rewards based on their performance after absorbing the heaven will. Last time, he sent the best of the best, so the reward was exceptional. After these people descended, they sent him the bonus, which was exceptional as everyone became Eternals. But this batch, the preliminary talent, could not compare to the former. Luckily, Wang Wei had made up for it with numbers. After putting things away, he took out something else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1060 New Branch. Wang Wei had a bright smile as he read Wu Hong's letter. The content was simple. He only thanked her for the advice, and she replied that it was no problem. However, he cared more about the gesture's intent than the content. He carefully placed it away in the protected area of his space. He wouldn't write another letter for a while as he understood that haste makes waste. His plan for courting her again was not to initially be too intense and let nature take its course. Wang Wei summoned Xianxia in the garden. You said you wanted to talk with me. I need a favor, Xianxia said. And am prepared to pay for it. Go ahead, nodded Wang Wei as he served her tea. As you may have already known, my father is one of the people I send to my group. Found his reincarnation? Yes, nodded Xianxia. I took this opportunity to strip him of his immortal essence so he could have a chance with the Emperor path. Wise move. The problem is my mother, continued Xianxia. I also want her to change path. Wang Wei frowned. If you want me to help you strip her of her immortal essence, that's beyond my ability. Without experiencing reincarnation, the other paths cannot change to the Emperor paths. This is one of the absolute rules of heaven and earth. That's why the transitioning method would not work for insurgents of the Tao, Immortal, and God path. It won't even work for Dong Lifen's Fortune Dynasty path. No, I know that's impossible, said Xianxia, waving her arms. I've convinced her to reincarnate, but we're both worried. I was wondering if you could help me accelerate her reincarnation. Accelerate? How fast? If possible, I want her to be born in the next 10,000 years. Wang Wei frowned as he sipped his tea. Although I have the ability, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Why? Asked Xianxia swiftly. If you're worried about the remuneration, we can discuss a fair price. Wang Wei shook his head. That's not the issue. I simply do not want to interfere in Samsara's affairs to such an extent. Just for this? Wang Wei sighed. You simply do not know the terrifying secrets involved. If you did, you would be prudent like me. He also wanted to accelerate his grandfather's reincarnation so the family would be together. But the best he is willing to do is to bless him with ample luck so that he has no issue in his reincarnation and that he is reincarnated in Wang clan. Besides that, he did not interfere too much in the process. Xianxia pondered briefly before sighing. She knew Wang Wei was a reasonable person, so he must have his reason for rejecting her. Is there anything you can do? I can allow her memories to return early and ensure she is born in the light race, but that's about it. That's fine, she nodded. I know people can reincarnate with a powerful artifact from their previous life to protect them. Do you know how? Wang Wei pointed at her forehead and sent the information she wanted directly into her mind. Thank you. As for compensation, I will. No need, said Wang Wei. Consider it a favor from a friend. One day, if I'm in need, you can come to return it. Xianxia paused before cupping her hands to salute. I will. Wang Wei watched Xianxia leave and prepare for his next meeting. However, before he even took a step, he felt something. He looked in the direction of the Western continent. Buddhism's Qi luck? Did something happen? The power of fate flashed in his eyes, and he saw the source of this change. Them? Wang Wei saw a distant world, and it was the place of origin of the two barbarian brothers and sisters from the deception trial. If I remember correctly, their names were Taoyui and Cultivation, among the earliest victims of Feng Heng's spread of Buddhism. He previously thought these brothers and sisters would eventually remove the influence Buddhism had on them, but he was only partially correct. The sister, Cultivation, did so, and she eventually proved the Tao and became an eternal emperor. Meanwhile, the brother remained religious. After the absolute beginning magic was no more, he began to spread Buddhism in their world and the lower realm. Then, he eventually found a merit-proving method while having the cognitive blockage in his mind removed. After years of meditation, he created a new branch of Buddhism, which granted him enough merit to prove the Tao and become the second eternal of his world. Is this Tantric Buddhism? Muttered Wang Wei. There are many branches or philosophies of Buddhism, one of which is Tantric Buddhism, also called Vajrayana Buddhism. This form of Buddhism focused on a faster path of enlightenment through using tantras or sacred texts with instructions on rituals, meditation, and philosophic teachings. They also practice deity yoga, which involves visualizing Buddhas or deities to accelerate their path of enlightenment. And, this is a simple definition as Tantric Buddhism is more complex than stated. Wang Wei's deduction was correct, as Taoyui invented the Cultivation world version of Tantric Buddhism. Wang Wei waited, and as expected, Feng Heng soon came to visit him. Did you see it? He asked. I did, nodded Wang Wei. This poor monk wants to know your opinion. Tell me what you think first. Feng Heng paused, Amitabha. This poor monk does not like the core ideals of this practice. Visualizing other accomplished monks to accelerate the path to enlightenment is the same as people who rely on bloodlines. They can never reach the same level as their predecessors. That's a fair point, nodded Wang Wei. Then, there is the strict relationship between teacher and student. Buddhism should be more open-minded, otherwise, it's easy to abuse such a relationship or hierarchical structure. Wang Wei did not state his opinion. However, Feng Heng's words were the same criticism some scholars or other monks had of Tantric Buddhism on earth. Of course, no branch of Buddhism is perfect, and all have their criticism. Lastly, they seem to place strength in acquiring divine abilities above wisdom or becoming enlightened, continued Feng Heng. This poor monk could see why they made this choice, given the cutthroat nature of the cultivation world, but such a philosophy will only train warriors instead of monks. So, what are you going to do? Asked Wang Wei, and Feng Heng looked confused. This poor monk's first instinct is to stop them, but I know that's not the correct way. All religions or philosophies will branch out, and sometimes, these branches will be too far from the core ideas of the religion. That's inevitable, and it would be unwise to try to stop it. You should already have an idea of what to do, and you have my full support, said Wang Wei, and Feng Heng bowed before leaving. Now that he had acquired what he wanted, he swiftly returned to the Western Bliss sect and sent an invitation to the Vajrayana Buddha Emperor. He plans to debate scripture with the latter and win publicly. Then, he will discuss how to prevent this new branch from deviating too far from the core ideologies of Buddhism. For example, after visualizing other Buddhas or deities, the Tantric monks must also visualize themselves to reduce the influence of others' paths. Monks on this path cannot be easily granted the monk title without a deep understanding of the Dharma. If they only have strength or divine abilities but not wisdom, they cannot be called monks. Feng Heng had many ideas and was still thinking of many more. This new branch is great news for the revival of Buddhism, but it's also a test. If not handled properly, the chances of them repeating the same mistake of their predecessors will drastically increase. Hopefully, this Buddha emperor will be more understanding and not immediately resolve to violence, thought Feng Heng. He did not want any contradictions or strife between Buddhist branches. After the chat with Feng Heng, Wang Wei no longer paid attention to the changes in Buddhism. He had the idea of introducing this pair of brothers and sisters into his alliance but decided to wait to see how they handled Feng Heng's visit. He walked to Su Shi's palace, where the wonderful sound of the zither received him. Still think it was unfortunate you did not major in the zither or sound Tao, he said as he walked inside. What can I say, fate chose a different path for me, she replied with a gentle smile, and Wang Wei scoffed at these words. Is it time? Asked Su Shi. Yes. She nodded. As I said previously, don't expect much. The martial hegemony world will not accept outside influence in the world, even a peaceful or cooperative one. I recommend expanding to another world. I know, but I must try, replied Wang Wei. Plus, the people want war, and I might as well give them one. Su Shi looked at him but did not say any more. She was already prepared and did not waste time to leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1061 Ambassador. Heavenly Court. While Wang Wei waited for news from Su Shi, he decided to read the cultivation system of the martial hegemony world for the who knows how many times. A world's cultivation system often reflects many things, and he wanted to see if he could be inspired to find a better solution for dealing with that world. The first step, as in most systems, was body tempering. The martial artists in this world began their cultivation journey by tempering their bodies and increasing their blood qi. The process was nothing exceptional, at least to Wang Wei's standard. The second realm was the inner strength realm, a form of qi that evolved from blood qi after combining it with the spiritual qi between heaven and earth and the meridians in the human body. The second realm had 3 stages: qi refining, meridian strengthening, and acupoints opening. Inner strength was a relatively weak qi, but its overall potency can be increased through purification, and strengthening the meridians and opening acupoints did so. The third realm is the inner core, and it was a realm similar to the origin system, where the qi used in this system was condensed into a core to increase its purity and potency. There is a high chance that Qiyuan was inspired by this cultivation system, given that the martial hegemony world was the closest world community to the myriad emperor world, and he should have traveled there. The fourth realm is the life realm. Martial artists convert the energy in their inner core into pure life energy. A martial artist's overall physical stats drastically increase as vitality increases, especially their regenerative abilities. The fifth realm is the death realm. The extreme of life is death, which is the basis of this cultivation stage. Once martial artists could no longer increase their life energy, they used the opposite, death energy, to temper their bodies and increase their strength. This realm is also necessary to balance the body with too much life or positive energy. Additionally, people in this world also have some death-related ability because of the death energy. The sixth realm is the nirvana realm or the life and death realm. Martial artists will use the constant evolution of life and death energy to break the limit of their bodies. This realm is very dangerous and must be traversed with extreme care. It's also the realm that best demonstrates a person's talent and foundation displayed by the number of nirvana a heaven chosen survived. The seventh realm is the martial will realm. A martial artist must create his or her own martial art or train a previous one to a high enough level that his or her soul, spirit, and will sublimate to a higher level. The martial will manifests as a rune in their sea of consciousness. Some talented individuals will also be granted a heaven martial art, a created martial art that is so wonderful and perfect that heavenly Tao will bless it to make it unique and more powerful. The martial will/rune will turn golden as a sign that someone has a heaven martial art. Wang Wei noted that this realm is what makes this system unique or competitive to the best systems in the endless void. In just one realm, cultivators must condense their soul, temper their Tao heart. Without sufficient level, it's impossible to condense a martial will, and begin to get involved with willpower. Martial artists in this system will find it easier to manifest their willpower because of this cultivation stage. The eighth realm is the enlightenment realm, a fancy way of saying the law comprehension realm. With their martial will, martial artists now have access to the laws of heaven and earth and can comprehend and wield them. Heaven martial arts will become even more powerful once they are fused with the power of law. The ninth realm is the golden body realm. This realm has changed over the history of the martial hegemony world. Previously, martial artists would use the laws of heaven and earth to baptize their bodies and elevate them to a higher level. However, this realm was eventually changed after knowing this would block their way to the true power Tao realm. The golden body realm now involves taking one martial art that a cultivator feels embodies themselves, their spirit, goals, and ambitions, and combining it with the laws of heaven and earth to manifest that martial art into reality. In other words, it's another version of the Dharma body. The golden body has 5 divisions: brass, copper, iron, silver, and gold. Iron is the minimum requirement to hold the heaven will. Martial artists in this system can fuse with the golden body to become quasi-emperors. Using the rotation of life, yin, and death, yang, to temper the body. It would probably help to add it to the training regiment, muttered Wang Wei. Martial hegemony world. After leaving the court, Su Shi visited the academy briefly before heading in her direction. With a few steps, she crossed the separation between world communities and arrived at her destination. Su Shi pondered the best approach as she looked over this world that shared much of her rise and history. As a sign of respect, she decided not to barge in directly but released her aura and waited. Not long afterward, 3 individuals showed up, 2 men and 1 woman. The man in the middle was thin with long arms, a scar on his neck, and wearing blue. On his right was a middle-aged woman in black tight-fitting martial clothes. She was extremely fit as her arms were toned and muscular. She wore iron gloves. The one on the left was a young man with one of those sinister faces or smiles and a saber hanging on his waist. It did not help that he was wearing deep greens that reminded people of poison. 1 eternal and 2 immortal sovereigns, thought Su Shi, who knew of this information since Wang Wei did not want her to go in blind and she had her own information system. As such, she knew these people had only recently appeared, which was most likely the result of the balance mechanism. Her eyes focused on the thin man in the middle. Dual Axe Qianheng, long time no see. It's you, said the thin man as he instinctively touched the scar on his neck. Although it took him a moment to recognize her since she never appeared without a face cover, he would never forget that voice or the temperament of the woman who scarred his body and gave him the greatest humiliation in his life. Qianheng's eyes went red momentarily before he said with gritted teeth, "Why are you here? Why the hostility? You can't still be bitter about your defeat?" "I am not prideful enough not to let one defeat regulate my life," said Qianheng. "But you come to our world, take our heaven's will, and abandon your status as a citizen without hesitation. Do you think you would still be welcome?" "That's fair," sighed Su Shi. She told Wang Wei this would happen. Unfortunately, only she and Ao Shen have any connection to the martial hegemony world, and the dragon only has terrible memories from there and refuses the offer to be the ambassador. "Why are you here?" asked Qianheng, trying very hard to regulate his emotions and control himself. "I came on behalf of the Myriad Emperor World's heavenly court. I need to discuss." Su Shi had not even finished her words when Qianheng summoned his proving Tao artifact 2 axes. His golden body was based on an axe-wielding martial art he created, so he used the axe part as his proving Dao artifact. Without hesitation, he appeared before her and slashed down. The sheer power of his attack split the endless void full of chaotic spacetime energy. However, Su Shi calmly evaded while frowning. "Why did you attack me without words?" "Although I did not want to believe it, the rumors were true," said Xianxia with glowing red eyes. "You've returned with the intention of invading us. What rumors are you talking about?" "So, your first instinct is not to refute the claim but to want to find the source," sneered the female immortal sovereign, known as Lightning Fist. "There is no need to say all these words with a foreigner. So, let's just cut her up into pieces," added the snake saber immortal sovereign, licking his saber while looking at Su Shi with dangerous eyes. "I'm just trying to prevent any contradictions." "Can you look me in the eyes and tell me you're not here to invade?" asked Xianxia, and Su Shi paused. "Depends on how you respond to my message." "I knew it," yelled Xianxia before attacking again. Su Shi calmly evaded while explaining, "Listen to my words first." "No need. All of you invaders are the same," countered Xianxia, relentless in his attack. Sadly, he and Su Shi seemed to have an obvious speed disparity. "Come together," he ordered, and the others joined the fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1062 Reasonable Stubbornness. Lightning Fist gathered all her immortal chi and converted them into lightning and thunder that surrounded her hands. Then, with unparalleled speed, she rushed toward Su Shi and punched her 1,000,000,000 times in less than an attosecond. Meanwhile, the Void Time Empress calmly evaded these punches without a single piece of perspiration on her forehead, looking as elegant as always. Additionally, Su Shi raised her 2 fingers and, with a swift motion, blocked Xianxia's axe, pushing him a dozen meters away. Snake Saber perfectly times his attack. According to his calculations, Su Shi should not have had time to respond as her focus and strength were on someone else. So, his eyes glowed with excitement as he envisioned the beautiful sight of his saber cutting through her beautiful flesh. Sadly for him, his saber passed through her as if she had never existed. He then remembered that this woman controlled a powerful law, time. He clicked his tongue before retreating to the back. His way of fighting involved fighting his opponent's flaw and attacking at the perfect opportunity. "You should understand that this battle is pointless," said Su Shi, her voice calm yet powerful. "So, why don't you listen to my words before fighting? It seems you've become even more arrogant since we last met," sneered Xianxia. "I'm just showing you the vast difference between us," replied Su Shi. "And my power still pales in comparison to him. You can talk to me, but no one can resist once he descends." Xianxia and the others frowned, but the axe-wielder's facial expression soon returned to his resolute self. "It doesn't matter who our enemy is. Our martial hegemony world has enough of foreign powers intervening in the sovereignty of our world. So, we will fight until the last one stands. Then you will all die as fools." "Death is better than subjugation," countered Xianxia as he raised his axes. "I've prepared this technique for you. I hope you can block it." Space-time cleaving, he rushed toward him, and his long right arm swung the axe with such ease that it was as if it were made out of air. More importantly, the axe contained a unique momentum with the sole purpose of cleaving time itself into 2. Su Shi did not bat an eye. Over the past 10,000 years, her strength has reached the peak of the 4-fold battle realm and almost reached 5-fold. After years of study, she has also changed her battle style, incorporating her musical talent and aesthetic from her younger years. A string that resembled one from a guqi materialized before her, but this thing was far from simple. In simple terms, it was not a string, but time itself manifested in the shape of a string. Clink. Xianxia's axe hit the string, but nothing happened. He did not cleave time as he wished. The Axe Overlord Emperor, a title used because Dual Axe Emperor was already taken, facial expression contorted before releasing his second axe. His martial art and even law followed a unique principle: the second axe is always more powerful than the first one, unless he needs to use feint and prevent his enemy from reading his attacks. Clink. Xianxia mobilized his Grand Dao source and all his boosts for the second axe, and his effort was rewarded by bending the string slightly due to the force of his attack. However, that was the extent of his attack. Impossible. Su Shi did not say a word. A string is naturally fragile, but there are ways to increase its tensile strength, like coiling it. So, she applied the same idea to this string of time. A regular string of time was enough for Xianxia's two-fold power, let alone this one. Lightning Fist did not give up. She rushed toward Su Shi with lightning dragons around both her arms. Madness flashed in her eyes, indicating she was willing to sacrifice her life for a clean hit with devastating effects. Alas, the difference between them was too vast. Su Shi plucked her string, releasing a terrifying vibration that extinguished her lightning and sent her flying a few thousand light-years away. Snake Saber also took this opportunity to attack. He went above and beyond, using his best technique. His saber not only attacked at the best opportunity but also targeted his opponent's weak spot. In Su Shi's case, where there were no obvious weak points, his technique allowed him to create one. Su Shi glanced at him. Weight of time, does time have weight? No, but in the hands of this empress, its fundamental laws can be twisted or weaved as she sees fit. So, she changed time itself to behave like physical objects with the proper density, mass, and weight, and had Snake Saber bear the brunt. The evil-looking young man was forced to kneel in the void as his face contorted harsher than a twister. In the end, he exploded his body and regenerated in the distance to get away from her and this technique. "Do you understand now?" asked Su Shi. "This is a losing fight. Why don't you listen to me first before we start fighting?" "Am I still breathing?" asked Xianxia, and Su Shi did not answer. "Then this fight is over. At this point, your stubbornness is annoying," Su Shi frowned. "You see it as stubbornness, but we see it as fighting for our world's rights, for the people's voice, for the right to control our fate, no matter what it eventually becomes." "No one will take your rights," countered Su Shi. "I'm here more of a business opportunity. Before the celestial harmony world invaded us, they said they only wanted to spread Taoism. But what happened? They controlled us for an entire era, committing who knows how many tragedies," sneered Xianxia. "It seems I have to restrain you before you can talk," Su Shi sighed. "Finally showing your conqueror mindset?" Sneered Lightning Fist, who had returned to her position. Su Shi was calm, and with one thought, all the chaotic spacetime energy in the endless void became docile and available for her use. These martial artists became frightened as they realized the world around them had drastically slowed down, and they could not move no matter what they tried. With her hands behind her back, Su Shi slowly walked toward them, her step bouncing off the void. Less than a meter from their faces, she pointed her jade-like fingers, and a rune appeared on their forehead, sealing all their strength and power. Without her control, they would have fallen off from the void as they lost their ability to fly. "Now we can talk properly," uttered Su Shi. "For starters, why don't you tell me where you heard the words we were going to invade your world?" "I have nothing to say to you." "Xianxia, you should understand I have shown enough restraint," continued Su Shi. "Otherwise, I could get the information from your soul, and there is nothing you can do to stop me. So, don't make things harder than they have to." "You." Xianxia looked at her with pure hatred. "It's from the Commerce Hub, isn't it?" asked Su Shi. "So what if it is? Don't you see they are using you as pawns?" "Of course I do. I'm not stupid," replied Xianxia. "After knowing the importance of the Myriad Emperor world, I knew many eyes would be on us because of our locations. However, this does not change the fact that their information was correct. For the last time, we're not here to invade. Then, why are you here? Have you heard of the Heavenly Court? Xianxia frowned. I've heard some information, but the commerce hub seemed determined to limit the spread of this information. That's not normal since they don't want His Majesty to get more powerful through the patent fee, nodded Su Shi. Let me explain. She told them about the court and its setup, explaining that their world would not intervene in their court or hold any positions. However, they must work together to spread things like the mortal civilizations, demon school, dream world, and enlightening temple. These are just the obvious effects of our alliance, but there are more, finished Su Shi. Why do we need your help to do all these things? Asked Xianxia. Because they are our ideas, our inventions, countered Su Shi. Fair point, nodded the Axe Overlord Emperor. Let me say in another way, why should our world change? What if we want to preserve our way of life and our culture? Su Shi stopped herself from saying because her ways were better and more developed. Don't you think about the benefit? I am indeed tempted, but I care more about preserving our martial way of life, especially after those Daoist priests tried to eradicate us. The world does not need rapid changes but recuperation of our culture and ways. Xianxia knew future emperors might feel differently and establish a heavenly court, but this path was not for him. It went against his ideals and beliefs of how the world needed to recuperate. Su Shi looked at him before looking at the other two. She saw the same convictions in those eyes, meaning it would be pointless to bypass Xianxia. She sighed heavily. I admire your conviction. Sadly, His Majesty is determined to bring the lower dimension to the heavenly court era. Su Shi waved her hand to free them. Consider this a gift for granting me the opportunity to prove the Tao, she said. And as a last act of kindness, I won't participate in this upcoming war. But be warned, our world has more than 4 eternal emperors, all of whom are close to my strength or vastly surpass me. Be prepared. She disappeared from their sight, returning to the myriad emperor world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1063 War Preparations. Xianxia sat on a throne with only Lightning Fist and Snake Saber beside him. He felt humiliated but, more importantly, worried about the future of his world. Thinking that they might suffer the same fate they have only recently eliminated filled him with anxiety. What should we do? Asked Lightning Fist. Xianxia groaned. We must summon everybody and prepare for war. Should we embellish the truth a little? Asked Snake Saber. After all, she easily embarrassed us. Looking too weak may not be good. The room was quiet, and the silence spoke many words. However, after a few seconds, Xianxia shook his head. As tempting as that is, we don't want our people to underestimate our enemies. On the contrary, we should probably make things worse, instill fear to ensure they band together to face this upcoming threat. But too much fear might have an adverse effect, countered Lightning Fist. Indeed, groaned Xianxia. If the people are too afraid, this might lead to destroying their fighting spirit instead of rallying them. Additionally, some people might do stupid things in the midst of despair. In that case, well, tell the truth. The two hurriedly summoned all the Emperor, Dao, and Immortal lineage of the world. The world was shocked and wondered what was happening. Was the Palm Peak sect going to do something? Although they had only cultivated their 4th great emperor, with the Axe Overlord as an eternal, they now had the power to change the world's political landscape. The invitation also originated from the Iron Fist Gang and the Moon Saber Pavilion, 2 factions that recently gave birth to immortal sovereigns. As such, some people believe these 3 factions might have allied to do something major. Every martial artist felt Wulian, martial art world, was about to change. While on guard, representatives from different factions attended the meeting. However, no one was prepared for the truth. As soon as everyone was present, Xianxia did not hesitate to drop the bombshell. He told the truth about Su Shi's appearance and the upcoming invasion. So, the rumors were true, muttered someone. I'm afraid so, nodded Xianxia. So, what should we do? No one had an answer. It has only been over 200 generations since the Celestial Harmony era ended and the reviving martial art era started. 200 generations is a long time for mortals but not nearly enough for all the surviving factions of this world to recuperate, let alone increase their strength. Besides the current 3 with eternal class powerhouses, only 2 factions could be classified as completely recuperated. The Rising Dragon sect, a new sect with 2 emperors, was allowed to keep such a domineering name because of their founder the dragon-subduing emperor. He was the supreme martial artist responsible for ending the reign of the Celestial Harmony world. He led the charge against them, slaughtering every last bit of influence they had in the martial hegemony world. He even led a successful attack on their homeworld. Sadly for him, the Celestial Harmony world contained many lineages with deep connections in the upper echelons of the commerce hub. With this power, they gathered countless eternal class powerhouses to gang up on him. The dragon-subduing emperor was not a powerful eternal, he would have died instead of severely injured. The martial hegemony world was lucky to have a man of conviction like him. After that event, he did not stop his campaign against his aggressor. He used his regenerative abilities and the fact they could not easily gather so much power to wage guerrilla warfare on the Celestial Harmony world. After years of sneak attack and killing many people, he forced them to sign a binding peace treaty that granted this world true freedom. The second faction was the Celestial Demon Cult. They are a new sect in this new era, but in the short 200 generations, they cultivated 7 great emperors, 5 of whom were pseudo-eternals. Many people believed the spirit of the epoch belonged to them in this era, and it was a matter of time before they cultivated an eternal emperor. No, they would have succeeded if it were not for Su Shi killing their heaven chosen in this generation's battle. We must fight, said the red-eyed demon, the representative of the Celestial Demon Cult. Our cult is willing to be the vanguard for this battle, it's our chance to avenge our cult leader. However, we want something in return. Everyone, including Xianxia, frowned. However, they soon realized it was normal for these guys to ask something. They were not called a demonic cult for no reason. What's your request? Asked Xianxia. We want you to revive our cult leader and help him prove the Tao. Countless murmurs echoed in the background, and Xianxia's brow was furrowed. I understand reviving him, but how can I help him prove the Tao? Their world was lucky. After Su Shi took away the heaven will, another one appeared because someone discovered a rare void beast cemetery containing hundreds of well-preserved void beasts, many of whom were tier 10. Their essence fused with the world and increased its world source to the point of condensing a second heaven will. Isn't it obvious? The outsider showed us a way, said the red-eyed demon. You mean the heavenly court? Correct. I have no desire to establish a court and rule over people, explained Xianxia. You no longer have a choice, replied the demon with a sneer. We are about to face an invasion, and the court is the best way to organize the power of the entire world. It's also the best way to increase our strength and have a chance at surviving this war. The room became silent. Although they did not want to admit it, they knew he was telling the truth. The world is relatively harmonious when dealing with foreign threats. However, this does not change the fact that they have been fighting and competing with each other for the past 200 generations, leading to many contradictions and animosity. The court was the perfect setting to create a proper political structure. Only you can sit in that position without overwhelming opposition from different factions, continued the red-eyed demon. So, all we want is for you to gather enough merit for our cult leader. How is merit going to help? Asked someone. None of your business. Xianxia pondered, he was not as misinformed as the person who asked the questions. Merit is one of the few omnipotent resources in the world. But how much is needed to acquire a heaven will? His intuition as a martial artist warned him he was missing a significant piece of this mystery. "And what if I refuse your request?" asked Xianxia. "Then you will know why we considered ourselves a demonic cult." Xianxia released an intense killing intent, turning the room red in a matter of seconds. However, the red-eyed demon remained calm, with a smirk, almost a sneer, on the corner of his mouth. Xianxia secretly sighed before focusing on everyone else. "What do you guys think?" he asked. "If I'm to gather merit for them, it will be from everyone's share." No one said anything for a while, making the situation embarrassing. Luckily, snake-confining hand, Kong Han, the representative of the Rising Dragon sect, said, "I agree. Our world is facing a catastrophe, and the appearance of a second Eternal, especially one as talented as the former cult leader, might be what saves us." Since the Rising Dragon sect spoke, everyone soon followed and agreed. The sect has settled its legacy as a faction of justice and honor for many years. Others decided to follow suit since they were willing to abandon their benefit for the greater good. "Then, it's decided," declared Xianxia. "I will need you to activate the World Protection Array." "No problem," nodded Kong Han. "I will prepare everything for the court," continued Xianxia. "Everyone immediately gathers resources, your legions, disciples, elders, and wake up the sleeping ancestors. Once the court is established, we will pool all our strength together for this upcoming war." Xianxia sighed deeply. "Remember, our freedom and the fate of our world are on the line." With a heavy burden, all the factions dispersed to prepare for this war. Kong Han immediately visited his sect master, and his first words were, "We need to activate the ancestors' trial." The sect master, a thin old man with black clothes too big for him and ridden with scars, looked at him in shock. One of their sect's biggest secrets was that the ancestor's body had so much injury by the time the Celestial Harmony World signed the treaty that he deemed it more efficient to build another one instead of healing it. So, he left it to the sect and ascended with his soul. The ancestor's trial was a backhand left by the ancestors to cultivate an eternal class powerhouse by absorbing his body. However, the dragon-subduing emperor warned them only to use this trial unless it was a last resort. What happened? Kong Han explained the situation, and the sect master accepted his proposal. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1064 Fifth Court Meeting. Wang Wei closed the book in his hand when he detected Su Shi's arrival. He glanced at her and said, "I'm guessing by the reservation in your step that things did not go well?" "Sadly, no," replied Su Shi before explaining the situation. "I would also like to apologize for releasing them and giving them a fighting chance." "It's fine," replied Wang Wei. There was nothing wrong with Su Shi feeling indebted to these people and doing an act of kindness for her peace of mind and to repay her karma. "So, what's next? Are you going to subdue them?" "No, I won't intervene unless absolutely necessary," replied Wang Wei. His existence offset the balance of the entire lower dimension. So, if he wants to stay in the lower dimension long enough to reach the Empyrean realm, he needs to act as little as possible to not get on true heavenly Daoist nerves and get exiled to the upper dimension. Su Shi did not know how to feel about this news. If Wang Wei acted, the war would be swift, and there would be little to zero casualties. However, without him, the martial hegemony world still has a slight chance of achieving something in this war, even if it's just a display to the rest of the endless void that they were people of iron will and did not bow down to anyone. "Feeling sympathetic?" asked Wang Wei. Yes. She had long been accustomed to the cruelty of the cultivation world. She knows the motto might be right. However, she still felt bad for the martial hegemony world because of her connection with them for proving the Tao there. "I would love to promise you that the casualties will be minimized," said Wang Wei. "Unfortunately, They are martial artists and people with extreme aversion to foreign powers. Many of them will fight to their death. I understand. Su Shi bowed politely before leaving. Wang Wei looked in the distance. Was the upcoming invasion wrong? Of course, it was. No act of war or aggression is ever morally justified. Unfortunately for the martial hegemony world, and maybe for him, he had long escaped the shackles of his morality. At this point in his cultivation journey, even extremely deplorable things will be used if it is the only way to achieve his goals and ambitions. Wang Wei's gaze shifted to a white and gold bell in the northern hemisphere of the court. With a thought, it began to ring, and its sound echoed worldwide. As soon as people heard it, they knew what it meant: the fifth court meeting will soon occur. Specifically, based on the bell's sound, it will occur 2 days later. 2 days later, everyone showed up except for Yu Yan. She needs to reduce her exposure in this era so that she won't have any problems ruling in the next with Wang Tian. As such, she will not participate in most events and slowly fade from the mind or view of the populace. Everyone soon walked into the throne room, which was decorated with gold and purple. They bowed politely, and Wang Wei called them to rise. He took a moment to let everyone in the room settle in before beginning. "Let's get straight into business," said Wang Wei. "Our next expansion will be the martial hegemony world." As soon as he said these words, Wang Wei could hear the sound of breathing becoming rapid. He saw the side glances of many representatives, and he sensed the divine sense of communication between many individuals. Don't be too excited yet. Although we will expand, the court positions will no longer be part of the expansion. You can create your own court in another world if you want more positions. But you will no longer be a member of this court, so no protection, continuing receiving benefits, and your previous positions will be revoked. People began to discuss the meaning of these words. They had prepared for this upcoming war, but now, the Heavenly Emperor told them there would be no benefit. Who wants to work for no benefit? So far, the Heavenly Emperor's mode of operation was everybody gets a piece of the pie. Was he about to change? Was everything before an illusion to lure them into a sense of ease before showing his true self and pouncing on them like the true predator he was? Was his true self about to be revealed? Many thoughts flashed in these people's minds before someone was brave enough to ask the obvious question, "Your Majesty, if the god positions are no longer part of the expansion, what is?" "That's a good question," said Wang Wei calmly. "I won't mention the obvious benefit of having communication and trade opportunities with another world community. Those long-term benefits are not enough to appeal to many of you." Some representatives with thin skin blushed but said nothing, as this was true. The mortal civilizations and demon school will be the main source of merit and reward for this expansion. Based on previous policies, you still need to leave some rewards for the native, and an appropriate charter, created by our General Affairs Department leader, will be handed out near the end of the meeting. In Wang Wei's opinion, Daoist Evergreen's work has been more than excellent, reducing the stress and time he has to spend on court affairs. Secondly, he continued. Although the entire martial hegemony world community is large enough to share, their world itself is limited, so not everyone can be included in meddling in its affairs. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest the merit point lists and something called military point lists. Unfortunately, the martial hegemony world has declined peaceful negotiations to settle this expansion. So, we must wage war. He pointed at the military point lists. People who participate in the war can gather military points or merits. The top 5 individuals will be chosen to deal with the affairs of the martial hegemony world. The top 30 will be granted priority and preferential treatments for the expansion into the lower realm. Those representatives' eyes glow with greed and lust. They now know there are still plenty of benefits, and that's all that matters. The wiser one even understood why the Heavenly Emperor chose this path. With his strength, there should be no issue with conquering the lower dimension and spreading the court's influence to every corner of the endless void. But what about after he leaves? With no absolute strength to suppress everything, these worlds will revolt and enact their vengeance on the myriad Emperor world. It won't take 5 generations before their world was completely wiped out by a coalition of thousands of Heavenwell worlds and their respective communities. The merit point list has been updated. What you do in other worlds will garner you points, but the price is only 1/10 of that at home. People frowned but realized it made sense. Their previous actions benefited the myriad Emperor world, but now, they would benefit the heavenly Tao of another world. There was probably some exchange between these two worlds' heavenly Tao, hence why they were receiving any reward in the first place. New benefits have been added to the exchange list, continued Wang Wei. The court has a new formation, the Immortal Qi Refining Array. Immortal sovereigns can link their mansion to an emperor formation that accelerates the speed of refining qi. The top emperor lineages were finally paying true attention. This formation has 3 tiers, gold, silver, and iron. Each tier is better than the other but also more expensive. Wang Wei saw the jovial expression of these people, including the ones who tried to hide it. He secretly sneered before dropping cold water on them. Only the top 100 in the military list can use the gold tier, the top 500 can use the silver tier, and there are no limits for the iron tier. Wang Wei previously wanted to limit all tiers but decided otherwise. After all, it's not good if the world has too many immortal sovereigns. However, the iron tier is still extremely slow to cultivate tier 11 powerhouses, so he used it as a luring piece of meat for most factions, giving them a false sense of hope. Wang Wei looked at these people's reactions, and he secretly sneered. He was once a capitalist, so he knows many ways to get the masses to work for him and make him more money. With this system that looks like a meritocracy but is actually an oligarchy, he has hoped to gather all the resources and merit necessary to achieve his goals and ambitions. Next, I will establish a war room, and you need to send your best military strategic minds or advisors to overview this war. Their service will contribute to your military points. Although Wang Wei was confident he would win, he also did not want to take any risks. So, he must have the best mind overseeing this war to ensure success. Finally, I need 2 Eternals or 4 Immortal Sovereigns to overview this war and deal with the enemy's top powerhouses. Who volunteers? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1065 First Planar War. I am, said Ao Shen, who immediately stepped forward. He did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. When he was in the martial hegemony world, those bastard martial artists hunted him relentlessly, especially the people from the Rising Dragon sect. They wanted to use his blood, body, and soul to cultivate their dragon-subduing scripture to a level on par with their ancestors. Now that he had a chance at revenge, he would not hesitate. Are you sure? Asked Wang Wei. From his knowledge, Ao Shen should still be in the process of refining his artifact and focusing on increasing his strength. I am. Wang Wei secretly groaned. He did not want the demon race to be the vanguard of this war, as a tiny part of him still wanted to convince the martial hegemony world to surrender after seeing how pointless it was to fight. Adding demon and human relationship to the situation might complicate things. However, after thinking about it for a while, he realized such thinking was pointless. This war is an issue of worlds against worlds, not the human race against other races. Very well. Who else? I will also participate, said Huafeng Huang, offering her services. This war was the first step in their ancient clan's revival, so she wanted to go out and get as many benefits as possible. In the future, after other world communities see it's impossible to stop their expansion, many worlds will not resist, and the Heavenly Emperor is prone to using diplomatic means instead of war. As such, Huafeng Huang plans to participate in all the wars to benefit. Excellent. What about you two? Wang Wei looked at Feng Heng and Su Shi. The more the merrier. I want this war to end as soon as possible. My apologies, but with my relationship with the martial hegemony world, it's best that I don't participate, replied Su Shi, who cupped her hands and bowed. She would also prevent the academy from sending their legions and people if it were up to her. However, she understood the benefits of this war, so she did not stop them. This poor monk will not participate personally, but I will send sect members to partake and assist, replied Feng Heng while playing with his prayer beads. His focus was now on this new branch of Buddhism, so he had no time for war despite the obvious benefits. Honestly speaking, he was against participating in this war since he did not want his monks to have too much karma. Sadly, he knew he would receive criticism if he did not send people. Some would accuse him of preserving strength and making a big deal of the situation. Lastly, many sect members do not want to give up the benefits. That's fine, nodded Wang Wei before looking at the two immortal sovereigns. What about you? The sea race will send people, but I will not participate. I have no issue participating, but I don't think they need my help, replied Xianxia, smiling wryly. He noticed Hua Fenghuang's gaze ever since he walked into this room. He feared this woman would secretly plot to kill him during this war, so he used this excuse to excuse himself while also telling the Heavenly Emperor he was indeed interested. Wang Wei's eyes looked at him before shifting to the calm Hua Fenghuang and back to him. You can be the backup. You will be the first to be called up if something unexpected occurs. Your Majesty is wise. Now that we have our top powerhouses, let's discuss the issue of legion and battle deployment, continued Wang Wei. I have elected a battlefield commander based on the military legion list. With a motion of his hand, someone walked to the front of the room, Tai Gang. Tai Gang bowed politely to the room before waving his wand to show a projection. The enemy will now allow us to descend into their world, and it will not be easy to bypass their world protection formation, stated Tai Gang. If his boss would intervene, this would not be a problem, but that's not going to happen, unfortunately. As such, the first battle will occur in the void outside the martial hegemony world, so your legion must be composed of at least primordial spirit realm cultivators, and formation must be used to keep them alive. Many people listened intently as they did not consider this aspect. They immediately realized that interplanar wars were not simple. The myriad emperor world has been isolated from the endless void for far too long and is now less experienced in this kind of warfare. The battlefield will be divided into 4 layers, each separated by a formation, continued Tai Gang, manifesting a visual projection similar to holograms of 4 layers. At the bottom is where all the legions will confront each other. The second layer is for mortal combatants who do not want to be restrained by the army's strict discipline. The third layer is for immortal combatants, and the last is for the eternal class powerhouses. Any questions? Yes, I have one, asked a representative. What if the enemy does not attend the corresponding layer? That's what the formations are for. They will filter individuals and place them in the correct layer. What if they destroy the formation? The formations are not so easy to destroy, especially since each layer is a well-crafted world. And if you do your job correctly, the enemy won't have the time or opportunity to destroy them, replied Tai Gang. Anything else? A few people had more questions, and Tai Gang answered all of them. Finally, he said, we will discuss a new plan once we break their defense and enter their world. Lastly, we will deploy a week later. Be prepared. Isn't that a little too short? No, on the contrary, it's too long, replied Tai Gang. With time dilation, after 7 days, more than 3 months will have passed in the enemy's world. This fact slipped the minds of many people. So now, they realize how little time they have. A few wiser representatives looked at the Heavenly Emperor, hoping he would do something about this issue. However, Wang Wei remained the same, taking the position that he would not interfere unless absolutely necessary. Many people felt relieved by this fact since his presence would mean the job would be done instantly, leaving nothing for them. Tai Gang took his position back in the assembly, and Wang Wei continued the meeting. All professionals of Earth rank will meet in the dream world. You will work with the cauldrons to refine materials for this war. Will the dream world have new functions? Thought Su Shi, and she was not the only person who noticed this slip of information. The resources used in this war will not be counted as military merit, but someone will record the amount, and everyone will be reimbursed afterward, continued Wang Wei. I believe this is it for now unless someone has any questions or concerns. No one had any questions since everything was straightforward or already explained. So, Wang Wei waved his hand to send them the information from Daoist Evergreen about how to treat the natives once this world is conquered. A few parting words, said Wang Wei. This war will be our official return to the endless void after too long. We cannot fail, especially due to infighting. Am I understood? Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Wei dismissed everybody while waiting for things to be set in place. He had many objectives for this war, including gathering enough data about the Interplanar War and adding it to the battle tower. Then, everybody can stimulate other wars to be as fast and efficient as possible in the other expansions. So, he was prepared to use different tactics and even hoped the martial hegemony world would put up more of a fight so he could collect more data. Soon after the meeting's end, countless military strategists arrived in the court to participate in the war room. A formation that would broadcast a live feed of the war had already been established. The professionals had also organized and began working. The cauldrons were activated to the highest level. Since they contained a large world inside, they could refine more than one pill at a time. Each profession chose an insurgent tier powerhouse as their manager to ensure high productivity. The whole world entered a state of mobilization, and that includes mortals. They wanted to participate in lower-tier battles, tier 1 to 4, and many people began to voice their opinions in the dream world, hoping the Heavenly Emperor would hear them. The Mortal Craft and Art Dao clans remained quiet since they could not participate in this fight. Their world was essentially invading another, so they could not use their power from the temple in such an act of aggression. As such, they can only remain quiet on the sideline. Of course, not everyone remained quiet. Many scholars or philosophers condemned this invasion, writing poems, articles, essays, and books condemning the Heavenly Emperor's actions. Wang Wei noticed them as there were many small-scale visions from these written words. These people reminded him of Confucianists from Earth who would condemn the emperor for his actions, forcing the latter to kill them. Their purpose is to leave a name in history and ruin the reputation of the emperor for all eternity. These families had the same mindset but did not realize he could wipe them out of history so that no one would ever remember them. Ultimately, Wang Wei just ignored them as their actions had no effect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1066 First Planar War, 2, Wang Wei teleported to the second to check on Li Jun, who was preparing his armor and soldiers for this war. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be busy? Asked Li Jun. I came to check on you. Check on me? An idea suddenly popped into his mind. Do you think I wouldn't be alright with Tai Gang's position as commander? Just wanted to make sure. I'm fine, and I think he deserves it, explained Li Jun. Anyway, I'm just happy to participate in this war. His eyes flashed a pure intent of killing and slaughter. Do you plan to have your slaughter spear absorb more slaughter aura? Yes. I plan to turn it into a special source technique, so I want to train it as much as possible before I prove the Tao. That's an excellent idea, praised Wang Wei before glancing at his men. Are you participating in the Legion layer? No, Jun Menya will be in charge of this layer. I will dominate the mortal combatant layer. With Li Jun's immortal tier strength while still being immortal, he has the right to say he will dominate that layer. In fact, Tai Gang's plan counts top heaven chosen dominating that layer and overwhelming the martial hegemony world. Him? Does he have his own legion? 2133 He wanted to create a military spearmanship, so he asked me to train with my legion, and he's quite talented as a general. Does he have his own legion? He's planning to but hasn't gotten to it. That's fine, nodded Wang Wei. He hoped Jin Mengyao could train a peerless spear legion to increase the sect's overall military strength. What about Kai Song? She's not participating. She said she prefers participating in individual projects to mass productions. What is this? Did she suddenly develop an artistic soul or something? Artistic soul? That's an odd way of putting it, said Li Jun, but you're correct. She was inspired by some of the mortal crafts and decided to take more pride in her works. So, did she stop mass-producing puppets for us? Why haven't I been notified of this? That's because she didn't. It's not her main focus, but her work has not stopped. She left a clone to deal with it. Well, that's fine, nodded Wang Wei, who thought he had lost his Skynet manufacturing base. He decided to check on her and ensure there was no problem. So, after his chat with Li Jun, he checked on Kai Song and found that everything was fine. She was just focused on creating more powerful and unique puppets, and Wang Wei was fine with that as long as her other work did not stop. He returned to the court and oversaw the final preparations before the deployment. Star Beast World, Tong Ruobing received the information about the recent court meeting. She handed it to Mu Lei, and he said, "What are you thinking? Is it really not possible for us to also begin to expand? You know that's currently impossible." Of course, Tong Ruobing knew. Their world was in a unique and awkward situation. The Star Beast world is a high-level member of the Commerce Hub because of the insane amount of resources it consumes. Simultaneously, the hub is currently the enemy or opponent of Wang Wei, which is their ally, a fact already public. In other words, the Star Beast world has become the middle link between those two fighting titans. The internal attitude of the Commerce Hub is that no member will create their own heavenly court or expand until their enemy is dealt with. An exception was made for the Star Beast world since they had already created a court before the decision was made. However, if they expand their borders, the situation will become complicated. As members of the hub, there should be repercussions for breaking the rules. And if the Commerce Hub decides to attack or sanction the Star Beast world, Wang Wei can use this excuse to start a fight with them. Suppose they ignore Mu Lei and Tong Ruobing breaking the rules. In that case, the Commerce Hub's status and influence will be diminished, considering the Endless Void will see this as an act of cowardness and fear toward the First Heavenly Emperor. Ultimately, their world has become the key factor in determining when Wang Wei and the Commerce Hub will officially break off and begin fighting. The best move is to wait patiently, said Mu Lei. He believed in Wang Wei's side more than the commerce, so the result is already doom. His only concern is to prevent his world from suffering untold casualties and loss during this confrontation. I know this, but my heart aches every time I think of the benefit we are losing, sighed Tong Ruobing. She did not expect navigating the interpolitical relationship between her current world and homeworld to be this difficult. "I'm going home," said Tong Ruobing, standing up from her cultivation cushion. "Why?" "Although I cannot participate, I can ensure the Great Talisman City acquires as many benefits as possible." "That's a good idea. I will keep watch on things here." Tong Ruobing teleported back home. Martial Hegemony World, Jianghu was overviewing the court's construction. He had already built the location in a few days, but the thing could only be called shabby. There was only a small world with a white palace at the center, in other words, nothing extravagant. In this dangerous time, he saw no need to build any lavish court as this would be a waste of resources. The only thing remaining was refining the conferred god list, the ceremony, and the test to determine whether he was worthy. All these things will take some time, but time is what this world has the least of. While Qianheng was supervising the establishment of the quartz arrays, he received notification that someone wished to see him. He immediately frowned after using his divine sense to check. After a brief ponder, he summoned the visitor. An elderly man dressed in Daoist robes walked into a white room. He looked at the formation above this room before focusing on Qianheng. "Your Majesty." He bowed politely. "I'm not the Heavenly Emperor yet, so there is no need for the formality," said Qianheng coolly. "What brings you here, Reverend Tranquility?" "The Peaceful Life Palace would like to participate in this war and offer our servitude." Qianheng was silent as this was not a simple offer. This world hated Taoism, including martial Taoist sects, which was common during the previous era. However, all these sects were eventually eradicated after the Rising Dragon sect led them to their freedom, leaving only one, the Peaceful Life Palace. This faction was able to survive the cleanup for a few reasons. They participated in the war against the Celestial Harmony world and contributed immensely. And as a reward for their achievements, the dragon-subduing emperor granted them amnesty, and everyone respected that. Of course, this was not enough to ensure their survival. Although people respected the dragon-subduing emperor, he had been gone for a while, so it would be understandable that someone with a grudge would have gone back on their words. Another reason why they survived for so long was a rebranding and their strength. The Peaceful Life Palace changed its original name even to the detriment of its chi luck. They wanted their faction's name to reflect their ideology. They were a peaceful group of martial artists who used Taoist ideologies to train their minds and spirits. With this foundation, the Peaceful Life Palace has become the de facto leader of all professional resources in the martial hegemony world. They dominated every field, especially pill refining. Martial artists used a great deal of resources, especially in the three realms of life, death, and nirvana, and the Peaceful Life Palace had the best pills. 2134 Another reason why they survived for so long was a rebranding and their strength. The Peaceful Life Palace changed its original name even to the detriment of its chi luck. They wanted their faction's name to reflect their ideology. They were a peaceful group of martial artists who used Taoist ideologies to train their minds and spirits. Lastly, they only trained professional Dao emperors besides their sect's founder. Of their 5 great emperors, 4 proved the Dao with a professional Dao, and they were all talented, 3 of them being pseudo-eternals and the other reaching 20% grand Dao source but failing to condense their Dao will. With this foundation, the Peaceful Life Palace has become the de facto leader of all professional resources in the martial hegemony world. They dominated every field, especially pill refining. Martial artists used a great deal of resources, especially in the 3 realms of life, death, and nirvana, and the Peaceful Life Palace had the best pills. Ultimately, although the world loathes them because of their connection with Taoism, they have also become indispensable to the martial hegemony world. Of course, some past emperors have tried to eradicate them, whether out of hatred or greed for their resources and foundation. However, no one has succeeded in breaking through their sect's array. "Are you sure?" asked Qianheng after over a minute of contemplation. "We are," replied Reverend Tranquility, and Qianheng sighed. "People will not like this decision, but it is the correct one to make. They need support for this war, and the Peaceful Life Palace is the one that can provide the greatest. Most top factions focus too heavily on individual power and do not have the best system regarding profession Daos." "Very well," nodded Qianheng. Despite his mistrust of these people, he knew it was their best choice to partake in this war. Maybe this world will be more accepting of them after defending it for a second time. "Your Majesty, about the others?" "Don't worry, I will convince them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1067 First Planar War, 3. Xianxia accelerated everything after the visit from Reverend Tranquility. Everything was set up 5 days later, and he did not waste time to start the ceremony. The entire world watched and waited with bated breath. Once the ceremony ended, Xianxia disappeared to another space to begin heavenly Daoist test to see whether he was worthy of this position. To the outside world, he only disappeared for less than 10 seconds before reappearing. But Xianxia has spent quite some time in space, including testing his Dao heart, willpower, and overall battle strength. A strange look appeared on Xianxia's face after returning from the past, and that's because he knew he must pay Wang Wei, his world's invader, a patent fee for becoming a heavenly emperor. The worst part is this was non-negotiable, as true heavenly Dao would automatically deduct his merit to repay the fee. He immediately summoned everybody else to confer the god positions. Xianxia knew the world's circumstances, so he tried to be selfless to prevent infighting. If someone complains about their position, he will respond that after the war, based on the results and accomplishments of each faction, the positions will be once again divided. Now that things have been settled, let's proceed with the rest, said Xianxia. The First Order, the Peaceful Life Palace, will participate in this war, providing us professional assistance. Your Majesty, you can't. Yes, we cannot trust these damn Daoists. Don't overreact. The Peaceful Life Palace has shown us they can be trusted. What if they betray us? Can you take responsibility for this? Your weak fear tactics are useless here. We are not fighting some Taoist faction or world, so why would they betray us? There is literally nothing to gain for them. There is always something to gain for betrayal. By that logic, anyone here can betray the world for benefit or safety. You dare suggest I'm a traitor? My ancestors fought for the survival of this world. And the Peaceful Life Palace's ancestors did the same, they even went above and beyond just for the recognition. Enough, declared Xianxia, and after a few seconds, everyone stopped talking. We are facing a catastrophe. In the best-case scenario, our world will suffer another era of oppression. As for the worst case, we might be wiped out and all our culture, lineage, and inheritance removed from the annals of history. Xianxia let the silence marinate for a few seconds. We need all the help we can gather. No one spoke for a while before the Rising Dragon sect master spoke. Our founder believed in the integrity of the Peaceful Life Palace, so we will vouch for them. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0, Vel, B, J, N. We also support their participation. Everyone gazed at the celestial demon cult and wondered when these crazy demons cared so much about the world. However, with these two heavyweights vouching for them, the others accepted the proposal. Reverend Tranquility finally spoke and thanked everyone, promising to do their best for this war effort. That's decided, stated Xianxia. For our second order of business, we need to discuss military tactics. I suggest we remove the Death Forbidden Treaty. Your Majesty? Seriously? First the Taoist bastards, and now this? Please leave our ancestors to rest. Yes, leave them alone. Some of you truly either cannot understand the threat we are facing, or you refuse to do so. This method is the only way we have a remote chance in this war. But, what about filial piety and respecting the elders and ancestors? We might be martial artists, but we're not brutes. It's either that or you guys go forward, drastically increasing our death rate. A silence ensued, followed by more discussions before everyone nodded in using this tactic. The meeting lasted a few hours as many more preparations for this war were coming. No one knew when the enemy was coming, but they understood it would not be much. They needed to organize their armies and pool their resources, followed by some training for better cooperation. Lastly, the people with God positions needed to use their position's advantage to increase their strength as soon as possible. The majority have prepared to use forbidden methods to increase their strength at great costs. After the meeting, Xianxia thought he had a moment of respite. The next thing he needed to do was to see whether he could create a few more immortals to participate in this war. Better yet, he wished he had enough time and resources to train an eternal-class insurgent. However, he soon sensed something and looked in the eastern direction. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Those damn bastards," he groaned before disappearing from the golden throne. 7 days passed, and when the time arrived, everyone who would be participating in the war was waiting at the court. Wang Wei stood before more than hundreds of millions of cultivators. "With me here, we will be victorious in this war no matter what." His voice was soft, but everyone present could hear it loud and clear, as if he was muttering directly into their ears. "What you have to worry about is how fast we can win, how many of our people we can save before the war ends, how many enemies we can kill, and how to celebrate once everything is over." A fervor rushed through every soldier's presence as the military aura around them drastically increased and solidified. Even the more cool-headed and experienced immortals felt the passion of these simple but direct words. The idea that they have such a monster as their backer filled them with untold confidence. "Now go," said Wang Wei as he waved his hand to create a portal. "Win this war and announce our glorious return to the endless void. Glory to your majesty and honor to the motherland. Glory to your majesty and honor to the motherland. Glory to your majesty and honor to the motherland." All the troops began to chant in unison as they marched into the portal, directly teleporting outside the martial hegemony world. As soon as the troops arrived at their destination, they deployed all the formations while waiting. "Do you think they want fight us in the void?" asked Huafeng Huang. "Logically speaking, they should understand this formation won't hold 2 Eternals, so the best move is to fight us outside," replied Ao Shen. "However, they may have an unknown tactic that requires them to do so." She nodded. The commander seemed confident they would fight us outside. Her gaze looked at the calm and composed Tai Gang. "Maybe he knows something we don't, or he's just that confident." The wait was more than 30 minutes by standard time. The magic circles surrounding the martial hegemony world shone with golden lights before all their legions manifested. "What is this stink?" "I know, fear and worry." Huafeng Huang's voice echoed in the void, and the opposing troops could hear it clearly. Tai Gang smiled, secretly praising her. Morale is a crucial factor in any battle, and her small actions gave them another boost on top of the one from the Heavenly Emperor. "We are martial artists," said Xianxia, who finally appeared. "We pursue the transcendence of our body and mind. So what if we're afraid? That's just another emotion to conquer." Ao Shen and Huafeng Huang sneered but did not say anything. "What is the plan?" she asked through divine sense. "Do you want to slaughter their leader immediately? Haven't you realized for some people that this war is a game?" replied Ao Shen with a sneer. "Since they are not in a hurry, we don't need to be too eager." "Hee," chuckled Huafeng Huang. Of course, she noticed, but her primary objective was to use this war to cultivate her slaughter Dao. The white tiger blood in her veins is screaming in anticipation. Meanwhile, Tai Gang looked appreciative. He did not expect the enemy's heavenly emperor to be this competent. "Maybe this war will not be as easy as I anticipated," thought Tai Gang. He did not care if this world struggled more than anticipated, he wished for it. He is treating this life as a form of experiencing gathering for the next, so the more turbulence he encounters, the better he will be for his next life. "According to the order of my emperor, I will give your world one last chance," yelled Tai Gang. "Stop this war, and the previous offer will still stand. By the honor of His Majesty, the sovereignty of your court will be guaranteed." "And my answer is still the same," replied Xianxia. "We do not accept any foreign interference in our world, in any shape or form, and that's final. You know you cannot win this war, so why be persistent?" Countered Tai Gang. "Billions of lives will die because of your stupid decision, their death will be in your hands. We will rather die standing than accept subjugation. And no, their deaths will not be on us but yours. You're the one who chose this aggressive path. Since that's your choice, fine, said Tai Gang. See this, men? We have offered mercy to our opponent, but they have refused our goodwill. Now, let's show them what power is. Glory to your majesty and honor to the motherland. The chants of the myriad Emperor World's legions echoed in the void, even making it tremble slightly. Then, they marched forward. Release them, yelled Xianxia. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1068 First Planar War. 4. A formation appeared before these martial artists, and many people rushed out. They had almost no rules and regulations, and their powers varied from mortals, yes, mortals with no cultivation, to Dao ancestors and insurgents-level characters. Tai Gang's eyes shrunk as he saw the people approaching. Are those undead? The creatures attacking them were indeed not living, as the stench of death oozed out of their bodies. Additionally, many of them were skeletons or were missing parts. So, that's their tactic, he muttered, understanding the situation. The cultivation system of this world had control of life and death energy, meaning that even the most ordinary martial artist could reanimate corpses after entering the death realm. They used this fact to their advantage, controlling the dead of their worlds as cannon fodders for this war. Tai Gang acted swiftly and ordered the people not to activate the formation that separated people into layers. Release the puppet core, he ordered. A formation appeared on the myriad Emperor World side, and countless puppets rushed out. Most were humanoid shapes with different weapons, mostly cold weapons, but many with projectile weapons like arrows and cannons, while other puppets resembled animals and demon races. Some pinnacle puppets were created based on innate demons and primordial gods. Tai Gang calmly observed as these two legions crashed, and chaos ensued. Puppets and undead had no emotions like fear or hesitation, so they tore each other apart. Even the high-tier puppets with souls were stripped of their sense of self to turn them into pure killing machines. He watched as a group of puppets bite through the flesh of countless undead. Still, despite their limbs being separated from their bodies, they clawed at their opponent for a final kill before their misery of an existence ended. Typically, high-level puppets can be programmed to find weaknesses in their opponent, but the undead did not have weaknesses. So, the result will be the same whether they burn, freeze, electrocute, crush, cut, pierce, or explode their opponents. Additionally, since the undead move purely due to death chi, soul/spirit attacks did not affect them. The undead did their part in this war. Surprisingly, they had an overwhelming advantage due to the sheer number of mortals. Individuals, these mortals, were useless in such high-scale battles. However, the martial artists from the martial hegemony world proved adept at this tactic. Trillions of mortals will explode in a frenzy of death energy that is detrimental to even Tier 5 cultivators. And this was not the end. Trillions of mortals will fuse into an abomination of death and resentment. The creatures they created were only Tier 5, but their combat ability was on par with the weakest Tier 7 because of their unique ability to contaminate the mind with their resentment. With this dirty, almost cruel tactic, the undead slowly overwhelmed the puppets. So, these machines changed tactics and began exploding before their death. They can take out large groups of enemies with this suicidal approach, thus slowing the undead's advance. This battle was fierce and terrifying despite the lack of any blood. Myriad Emperor World side, at this rate, we're going to lose, commented one of the Legion commanders. That's obvious. Our puppet core still requires resources to build, but these people have too many mortal undead on their sides. The amount of mortals dying in one cultivation in general is simply outrageous, let alone throughout the history of the world. So, thinking about how many mortals these people have at their disposition made everyone tremble. So, what's next? Asked someone. Will our commander order us to intervene? Let's see. Martial Hegemony World side, Xianxia, who stood in the void accompanied by 3 individuals, had a deep frown as he watched the outcome of this confrontation. To say he was not pleased is an understatement. This Death Legion aimed to weed out most of the enemy's population, but he did not expect them to respond with a similar tactic. The Death Legion was instrumental in winning the war against the Daoists, who forbade it, knowing its potential. But now, its effectiveness has been drastically reduced. What should we do now? Asked Lightning Fist, and he did not receive an immediate response. Purple Dragon, do you have any suggestions? Asked Xianxia, looking at the Eternal Class powerhouse from the Rising Dragon sect. There is no way that they have more puppets than we have of the dead. So, we only need to pile corpses onto them. That's what I was thinking too, nodded Xianxia before looking at the battlefield, his eyes focused on 2 people, Ao Shen and Hufeng Huang. Now, our real worry is those 2. Don't worry. Our plan will surely work, reassured Purple Dragon. Tai Gang watched this battlefield that could only be described as a meat grinder. He knew the situation was not on his side, but he was not worried, he only needed to wait. He soon noticed something that needed his attention. The amount of puppet Immortal tier powerhouses was no longer enough to hold the enemy. Tai Gang secretly groaned. These Immortal tier puppets were pricey, and it pained him to lose even one of them, despite most not belonging to the Dao opening sect. Without hesitation, he ordered more powerhouses to enter the battlefield. There is no need to go all out, just hold the enemy and buy us some time, he ordered, and the people chosen immediately executed his plan. The void began to shake as more top-tier powerhouses entered the battlefield, and Tai Gang observed and waited. Begin the extraction, ordered Tai Gang, and one particular legion immediately acted. An array manifested above their head in the shape of a magic circle with very intricate designs. The circle released a terrifying devouring power, but oddly, it did not affect any living creature. All the puppet parts still salvaging flew toward the array, recycling the parts for later use. Tai Gang's body paused as he received orders from War Room. Take the undead parts too, he ordered to the cleanup legion, and they followed instructions. They recycled the enemy's undead body parts. Can they do that? Asked Lightning Fist. The real question is how to stop them, added Saber Snake. I'll talk to Reverend Tranquility. Xianxia did not hesitate to contact the latter, telling him of the situation. So, what do you think? If you give me time, it's not impossible to stop them. The real question is, why should we? The inaugural upload of this chapter took place via /n/ov/l/b/in. What do you mean? From what I observe in this brief confrontation, the enemy's professional Dao is highly developed, and we would lose if we try to confront them. Instead of wasting time and resources in stopping them, it might be best to focus on something else. We can't just let them take the bodies of our dead. Heaven knows what they're going to do with it. Ultimately, the choice is yours, said Reverend Tranquility in a calm and soothing voice. However, my opinion is we should focus our effort and resources on something else. Our manpower in the professional field is severely lacking, and it might be best to focus our effort on other things. Xianxia sighed, you're right. In times like this, he could not lament how weak their world is compared to their glorious past before those damn Daoists. Since he had decided, he would no longer hesitate, Xianxia chose to abandon the bodies of these dearly departed. Tai Gang continued to observe, and soon afterward, he heard the sweet sound he was waiting for from the dream world. Commander, we're finished. Excellent. Are you going to send someone to set it up? No need. We will send you an array disk and you only need to activate it. Make sure not to destroy the disk, and there will be no issue. Very well. A small void tear materialized before Tai Gang, alerting everyone. He calmly took out the disk and injected his power into it. Then, things proceeded so fast that only a few could understand what was happening and barely reacted. A small array manifested from the disk before also releasing a terrifying devouring power, but its target was only one thing, death chi. In less than a second, trillions of undead stopped moving as the death chi in their bodies dissipated. The other horrifying aspect of this formation was it did not discriminate against the tier of undead it targeted. So, whether it was mortal or immortal undead, they all stopped functioning under its power. Tai Gang sneered after seeing this outcome. These undead were the lowest level, with no soul or consciousness, just instinct. As such, they could not resist the death chi being forcefully sucked out of them. Damn it, roared Xianxia, he just watched how they so easily lost their biggest trump card. You think this is the end? Sneered Tai Gang. Began purification. Amathabtha. These words echoed in the minds of everyone present. Then, a colossal golden lotus appeared in the middle of the battlefield, releasing a golden light that swiftly purified the resentments from the mortals and other undead. The lotus flew to the myriad Emperor world's side and released a golden light on all the legions, granting them a blessing. Listen, men, said Tai Gang. Their people have resented and abandoned them while blessing us. This is another sign that our victory is guaranteed and honorable. Now, let's avenge these poor and innocent souls who only wanted to rest peacefully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1069 First Planar War, v. The faces of the martial artists contorted as this was an irrefutable truth. What they had done was the ultimate form of disrespect to their people, elders, ancestors, and worlds. Men, desperate time calls for desperate measures, said Xianxia, his voice echoing in everybody's mind. What we have done is a shame that we must bear for the rest of our lives, but remember, we did it out of necessity for survival and because we are weak. We may have wronged the dead, but the living are counting on us. So raise your head and face the enemy. Use this shame and anger as fuel to protect the people not burdened by our choices. For the people, for the world, for our shame. For the people, for the world, for our shame. For the people, for the world, for our shame. They rushed to meet head-on with the Origin cultivators, and the formation was instantly activated, isolating everyone into layers. The martial artists were momentarily disoriented until they figured things out. Xianxia quickly ordered them to change tactics, sending people or legions to different layers. Tai Gang calmly watched the enemy's response before contacting some people. Top 15 Heaven Chosens, do not reveal your full strength yet, especially you, Li Jun. Wait for the right time to sweep the mortal combatant layer. As you wish, replied Li Jun, and Tai Gang flew to the first layer, which was the most complicated. Although this was the Legion layer, the commanders of these legions were of different tiers and included many immortals. He soon noticed something and frowned. This might be a problem. The legions from the Myriad Emperor world were objectively better than those from the Martial Hegemony world. They had better weapons and armor and more variety, talisman weapons. They were trained to be a real army or unit, while it was obvious that many of these martial artists' legions were put together very recently. Additionally, martial artists, at least these ones, are more individualistic, making them not prone to working in groups as they favor personal power more. Lastly, the martial artists were surprised to discover they lost the advantage of a powerful body with high defense and regenerative capabilities. This fact was one of the primary contributing factors in their victory against the Daoists, who were more known for their spiritual practice than their bodies. However, the Origin cultivators tempered their bodies to a high degree, especially with the new Origin system that places heavy emphasis on this. And even if they did not use the new system to its full potential, bathing in constant innate chi has nourished and strengthened them. Their only advantage in this scrimmage was their regenerative ability. With immense life energy, no origin cultivator would be on par with them on healing except for the geniuses. More importantly, they have linked their life energy to help each other heal from injuries. In other words, all their legions are versions of Tai Gang's undead legion created from his innate ability. A lot of them are not in sync, thus affecting the life energy sharing process, thought Tai Gang. But the perfectly in sync ones are even better than my undead legion. The worst part is they do not have one person as the main link, their abilities come from their cultivation system. If something happens to Tai Gang, his undead legion will drastically weaken. However, the martial artist legions do not have such a weakness. We can't use the previous tactic since consciousnesses control the life energy, so the formation is useless. Tai Gang looked to his left, observing Li Jun's slaughter legion led by Jun Menyao had no issue with their enemies as they could kill the life energy or replace it, death chi, to throw them out of balance. However, this tactic only worked the first time since the martial hegemony world's cultivators are masters of control of life and death chi. The situation was similar in one of the ancient clan's legions, most likely trained by the sacred beast empress. Tai Gang ignored the explosions around him, the shouts, the blood, gore, and wailing souls. His mind was only analyzing the battlefield and coming up with the best countermeasure. His eyes moved to Great Talisman City's legions, which he found unique. A few talented talisman makers served as the core of the legion. Everyone else allows them to borrow their collective strength through formation, and they can make any talisman they wish to fight or support. They used a life chi suppressing talisman created for this battle, thus suppressing the martial artist's ability and rendering them easier to kill. Talisman Legion, move to the center and bless all legions with your talisman, ordered Tai Gang, who also called two Dao ancestors to fuse with the Talisman Legion's formation and give them a greater strength boost. With this subtle change, all other legions were now provided with life chi suppressing talisman, making their battles easier. The casualties on the opposing side dramatically increased as their only advantage was weakened or useless. Tai Gang received a few praises from the war room, but his focus remained on the war. Argorg. A visceral roar as if from a creature who had suffered until pain in the depths of hell and had escaped, now consumed by an incomprehensible anger. Everyone's eyes were on this martial artist whose white could only be distinguished by the few spots on his red sleeve. His body turned golden as he burned his golden body for extra strength. Then, with madness in his eyes, he rushed toward Tai Gang. He was unstoppable, destroying anyone on his way and breaking countless formations. An immortal venerable tried to stop him, but the martial artist ignored him, advancing forward toward one man only Tai Gang. Interesting, thought Tai Gang. Anger, hatred, and desperation sublimated his spirit, allowing him to achieve a temporary will manifestation. His Majesty was correct when he said this cultivation system made it easier to manifest willpower. Tai Gang sent an order, and a Dao ancestor acted. A colossal palm descended on this little quasi-emperor, annihilating his body and soul. However, Tai Gang's happiness did not even have an opportunity to manifest as he detected a black shadow continuing toward him. Has killing me turned into your obsession? He analyzed. He ordered everyone to let him pass, and he blew to it once the thing reached less than 2 meters away. His mouth generated a terrifying vibration backed by the strings of fate. The obsession resisted for less than a second before dissipating. How could this be? Said a hoarse voice. It's because you're weak, so even the power of obsession cannot change your fate, said Tai Gang indifferently. The martial artist looked at him with red eyes. He wanted to look at the people responsible for taking everything from him. Before the last of him disappeared, his life flashed before his eyes. His name was Shao Ning, but the people in the martial world knew him as the White Cloth Flute Azura. In his early years, he had no interest in martial arts despite his master's best efforts. His only love was music, the flute, to be specific. Then, on that fateful night, he returned home to see his master slain. He remembered the pain and guilt he felt. On that day, he changed as he buried his master. He focused on martial arts, combined it with his flute, and eventually acquired the heaven martial art called Sound of Murder. After his martial art was accomplished, Xiao Ning went on a rampage in the world, trying to avenge his master. The countless bodies he left in his wake garnered him the nickname White Cloth Flute Azura. Xiao Ning thought his life would be filled with blood, vengeance, and darkness until he found the last man on his revenge list. He remembered that day on the mountain vividly. His long hair flowed with the wind, the beautiful mountain in the background, and the zither sound, indicating he had accepted his fate. Out of instinct, Xiao Ning took his flute to play an accompanying piece, and when he woke up, they'd been playing together for 3 days. More importantly, all his anger and hatred had dissipated. Without hesitation, Xiao Ning made a bold decision, to forgive, and he never regretted it. That day, he found a companion. They secluded themselves from the world, focusing on their music. They did not care about the rocky martial path or the ruthless emperor path, they had each other and music, which was more than enough. Things were well for a long time until this war. Xiao Ning wanted to stay out of it, at least in the early stages. But his companion felt compelled to participate. So, he followed him. Alas, as soon as the fight started, he had to watch the person he loved dearly eradicated from him. The anger and grief overwhelmed his mind, so he decided to do something for his homeworld in memory of his companion's patriotism. Sadly, his effort was futile. Lai Chang, don't worry, I will come see you now. See? I didn't make you wait long, so you can't complain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1070 Death Ring. Tai Gang frowned as he noticed a slight change in the battlefield. Numerous golden lights emanated in scattered places throughout the void. The martial artists had become ruthless and burned their golden bodies to launch suicidal attacks at their enemies. In other words, they were fighting desperately. So, he ordered his men to fight more carefully and be on the lookout for these desperate tactics. On the other side of the battlefield, Qianheng watched everything while clenching his fist. They were losing this fight, which could be said to be a one-sided massacre. These origin cultivators were as versatile in their methods and tactics as the Daoists. Still, on top of everything else, they also had a powerful body with great defense, stamina, and regeneration. Is the fate of our world be subjugated? Thought Qianheng, clenching his fist even tighter to the point of causing small explosions. Sorry, he said to the other 3, and they nodded to show they understood. What should we do? Asked Lighting Fist. We can only continue with the original plan, replied Qianheng, sighing deeply. He suddenly paused as he received a communication from the Celestian demon cult. If you guys had something like that, why wait so long to reveal it? He asked with an ugly expression. We're revealing it at the correct time. Your Majesty, you should be happy we're willing to show you our deep background. Qianheng exhaled deeply. Fine. Send it out. What are these demons playing at? Asked Lighting Fist. My concern is why now? Asked Purple Dragon. Isn't it obvious? Sneered Snake Saber. They need us to buy enough time to gather enough merit for their cult leader. You really shouldn't have revived him, complained Lightning Fist. Once he proves the Tao, he will definitely compete against you for the Heavenly Emperor position. You saw how much resources and manpower they provided for this war, explained Qianheng. Plus, I never care about this damn position. You may not care, but we do. I would rather we have no leader than those demonic bastards ruling over us, sneered Lightning Fist. The void before them trembled before something materialized, a white ring obviously made out of bones. The underworld martial emperors proving Tao artifact, muttered Saber Snake. It's as beautiful and powerful as I envisioned. The underworld martial emperor was a legend in the martial hegemony world because of his strength and the devastation he caused the world. After the Null Era, the world entered the martial origin era, where their cultivation system was created and perfected. Then, near the end of the era, came the madman, the underworld martial emperor. He is the first person to show how terrifying it is to use death chi to create legions of undead. With his death Dao, the madman went on a rampaging path to conquer the world and turn it into a world of the dead with him at the top while farming the world for heaven's will. The terrifying thing was he almost succeeded. The martial origin era was a prosperous time with numerous immortal sovereigns, insurgents, and immortal tier powerhouses. But they were no match for the underworld martial emperor due to his personal strength and large army. This confrontation resulted in these powerhouses' deaths and turning into the enemy's undead soldiers. Luckily for this world, a betrayal from the underworld martial emperor's closest friend and ally allowed them to seal and exile him. After his departure, the tactic of using the dead as cannon fodder was popularized until a great emperor facilitated the Death Forbidden Treaty. Without wasting time, Xianxia put the ring on and activated one of its abilities, Immortal Curse. All the mortal martial artists in this war soon discovered a black mark on their forehead, followed by a message of what was happening: they were not immortal. Their enemies could not kill them no matter what. So, they went mad, attacking their opponent with unrestrained hatred and anger. This was an opportunity to avenge their loved ones, brothers, friends, and fallen comrades. This is not good, thought Tai Gang, noticing the situation. This emperor artifact seemed to have been nourished by death energy for billions of generations. His eyes brightened as he thought his boss should be interested. However, this was for later, as he still needed to deal with the situation. Although this technique only applied to the mortal cultivators, it was enough to reverse the war. Talisman Legion, provide everyone with sealing talismans. Although we can't kill them now, we can seal them to kill later, ordered Tai Gang before focusing on Wu Ming's Totem Legion. You're up. Use the Legion with the sealing array to deal with the situation. Wu Ming immediately acted, summoning his legions with sealing-based totem on their bodies to move forward. Wait, said Tai Gang, who suddenly received orders from the war room. Forget it. We will take a defensive position. Meanwhile, let's begin the immortal tier battles. Why the sudden change, asked Wu Ming, but Tai Gang had an inkling. This decision was made either as a precautionary measure to save as much love or the war was proceeding too smoothly, and there was a need to slow down things and gather more data using different tactics. Under his order, all legions formed defensive stands and created interconnected energy shields to protect themselves from these mad martial artists. They were ordered not to worry about energy reserves as the alchemists would provide them with as many pills as necessary for a prolonged battle. Li Jun, protect the other Heaven Chosens, ordered Tai Gang. You want me to babysit? I refuse. Why? If these people are not adept at dealing with an immortal opponent, they should not call themselves Heaven Chosen. Fair point. Do you guys hear this? Said Tai Gang, and these people became riled up, calling out Tai Gang for even suggesting such a thing. The only calm response was the number 2 position, Di Jiaying. A smile crept on the corner of Tai Gang's mouth. Now, it's time for me to move. Without hesitation, he released his aura to call for a challenge, a towering martial artist who was 3.5 meters tall and holding 2 large hammers. The man released a projection of his inner world to show his strength as a first-class Dao ancestor insurgent. Let's use this fight to dampen their high morale, thought Tai Gang as he rushed toward his opponent. Strings of fate, Tai Gang moved his fingers as if he were a puppeteer controlling strings. Then, before the small giant man could respond, invisible strings around him became visible, cutting off his body, soul, and even his inner world. The martial artist looked at Tai Gang in shock, not thinking he would die so easily. Then, his body split into hundreds of pieces before the void energy in the surroundings finished it off. "What is this?" asked Tai Gang, who discovered a glowing yellow mud from this guy's inner world. "Immortal Earth Essence?" So, that's how he became first class. He smiled as this was a great find. He could leave it to cultivate a first-class Dao ancestor insurgent for his next life or trade it to the sect for something of equal value. "Who else?" asked Tai Gang, looking at the crowd. "I will be your opponent," said another first-class insurgent, but he was skinny with a third eye on his forehead. Tai Gang could not tell whether he was a subhuman race or this was a technique. This was unimportant as this man was just another dead opponent. He used the same technique without hesitation, but this man could see his fate strings and evaded. "Good job," thought Tai Gang. But what about the vibrations that come with the strings? But to his surprise, his opponent could detect or even see his hidden attack and evade. Furthermore, this martial artist was extremely fast. Kinetic vibration. Tai Gang siphoned vibration from everything that moved, and in this battlefield where gods, demons, and monsters were trying to kill each other, he had too many sources of vibrations. Even the rapid movement of his opponent was a source of power for him. "Don't you get it?" sneered the three-eyed martial artist. "Anything I can see cannot hurt me." In his eyes, everything around him had turned into vibrations and fluctuations, but it did not matter. He navigated through like he was walking in his house. It did not matter whether the vibrations originated from subatomic particles or some unknown ethereal or non-physical concept, he would evade it as long as he could see it. "This is annoying," thought Tai Gang. This technique reminded him of the Battle Maniac Source technique. He still needs to move so I could land a hit as long as I'm faster than him. However, this plan was flawed because he would need to be significantly faster than his opponent, which he was not. In that case, the only solution is to take away his sight, thought Tai Gang, who immediately formed a tactic to end this fight as soon as possible. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1071 Fourth Layer Battle, Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court, War Room. Wang Wei sat on a new throne, looking at the projection of the war from a formation. He was finally interested when he saw the white ring bursting with the power of death. He ordered the gathering of the bodies of these martial artists as materials for puppets, and the death chi was to feed the Genesis fruit. The death chi was too low in quality despite the high intensity. However, it was different for the Emperor artifact. It should benefit his body tempering and even aid his death Dao comprehension. Interesting. This war might be more beneficial than I anticipated. Maybe I can lure out some eats and snakes. Wang Wei looked in the distance, smiled before continuing to pay attention. Tai Gang held a head in his hand with 3 holes where the eye sockets should be. His tactic for this match was simple but direct. He bombarded his opponent with attacks to pressure him, forcing him to enter a state of extreme focus. The next step was for this martial artist's extreme state to be focused on him until he made a mistake in his visual ability by being too focused on something else. Tai Gang then took the opportunity or flaw in the latter's visual acumen to rip the third eye from him. Without it, the martial artist's visual prowess drastically decreased so he could take the other 2 eyes before killing him. "You were a worthy opponent, and I think I will remember you," thought Tai Gang, who kept the 3 eyes in case they were valuable. He looked around for his next victim before noticing a change in the 4th layer. Have the Eternals begun to clash? It seems things are heating up, thought Tai Gang before focusing on his layer. He soon frowned as he detected a powerful enemy approaching. He was immediately on guard as the approaching person raised his alarm bells. A first-class insurgent that is very close to eternal class. Now we're talking, thought Tai Gang, who felt the joy of when he was the Iron Fist ruler, challenging cultivators all over the world to break his limits and become a supernatural realm cultivator. Things are not going well. We are losing too many immortal powerhouses, groaned Lightning Fist. Have you noticed? These origin cultivators have terrifying battle experiences, and it's all of them. They are martial artists, and their cultivation system is more battle-oriented, and yet, they were being outclassed by their opponents in this field. How they fight reminds me of the demon cults, nodded Purple Dragon. The celestial demon cult has a cruel method of training heaven chosen. From age 10, their members are gathered in groups of hundreds, sometimes thousands. By the age of 15, only one group member will remain. Then, that member will acquire the title of Sacred Son and begin cultivating with the other survivors for the position of young cult leader. The final winner in that competition will be designated as the cult's next leader and heaven chosen to be fully cultivated for this generation's heaven will. Is their cultivation system so perfect? Asked Lightning Fist. It's indeed a good system, but it should not be the cause of their battle experience, replied Xianxia. From how they fight, these people have obviously experienced thousands of battles against worthy foes. If I had to guess, it might have something to do with the dream world Su Shi mentioned. Using the power of dream to train? Said Saber Snake. It's a perfect method if they can recreate all the rules of the real world. Everyone sighed as they understood what kind of opponent they were facing. What? Having regrets now? Asked Xianxia. It's not too late to surrender and let them spread their dream world. By then, we will also have access to it. Don't insult us, Your Majesty, said Lightning Fist. Nothing is worse for a martial artist than to abandon their convictions. The others did not say anything, but they felt the same. A martial artist must have a firm will and conviction, or they will never survive the death realm when facing death, let alone the even scarier nirvana realm. I'm glad you feel this way, nodded Xianxia. Purple Dragon, you're up. Are you sure you don't want help? Let me gauge his ability first. If something goes wrong, you can jump in to help. Purple Dragon fixed his purple robe embroidered with dragons on the sleeves, followed by his dark long hair. It was a habit he developed long ago when one of his junior sisters told him he looked terrible after winning a fight to impress her. So, from that on, he ensured he looked perfect before every battle. Very well. Purple Dragon flew forward, and once he reached the formation, he was teleported to a special area in the void. Although he can see what's going on in this fight, he knows he cannot intervene, and all his actions will also not affect others. Ao Shen, come and die, he roared. Ao Shen, dressed in all black, appeared before him. That stench and disgusting aura, you're from the Rising Dragon sect. Yes, and like our founder, I've come to subdue a dragon. A killing intent flashed in Ao Shen's eyes. However, he did not lash out. Instead, he smirked, I participate in this war, especially to slaughter you guys. Any other factions might survive this war but yours, that, I promise. Purple Dragon shook his head, although dragons are innate creatures, at your core, you're like every demonic creature, vile, cruel, and lascivious. Ao Shen just smiled. He was only talking nonsense to this man because he wanted to analyze the origin of his strength. His body released an aura that he found extremely repulsive. Additionally, his eternal class strength is not from immortal chi, inner world, or God King, it's from his fleshly body. Ao Shen knew more than anyone how difficult it is to train the body to par with an eternal, but this weak sect with a weak foundation actually cultivated one. It seems he absorbed another body that was this powerful and perfectly inherited its strength. The only person who fits this description is their sect's founder. Did he leave his fleshly body before ascending? Now that he had figured things out, Ao Shen had different ideas. Suppose he could add this person's body to the refining process of his proving Dao artifact. In that case, he will have the dragon-subduing characteristic, the antithesis of his existence and nature. He won't have to worry about techniques that directly target his kind in the future. Hee, who would have thought you were a gift instead of a pest I needed to crush? Purple Dragon's body shivered after hearing these words. However, Aoshan did not care about his reaction as he activated his awakening, downing the dragon darkness armor. He instantly appeared before his opponent and punched him in the face. Boom! Purple Dragon took a dozen steps into the void with his arm crossed but successfully blocked the attack. So repulsive, sneered Aoshan, who felt a power emanating from his opponent's body with a natural ability to restrict him. This thing rejected his every essence and wanted to subdue it. If that bastard dragon subduing lived in this era, I would have hunted him down to the end of the Tao, sneered Aoshan before increasing his strength. He appeared next to Purple Dragon and kicked him in his ribs. However, he frowned as he detected something. Willpower manifestation, thought Aoshan, feeling the effect of this attack. He was unsurprised since he had spent years cultivating and understanding that world's cultivation system and knew it was very beneficial to manifesting willpower. You're weaker than I anticipated, taunted Purple Dragon. Although his ribs hurt, they were barely bruised and healed instantly. However, Aoshan pointed one of his sharp claws, and a small concentrated black orb manifested before turning into a potent beam full of the power of darkness. Purple Dragon's face changed as he released his dragon-subduing technique. A powerful repelling force emanated from his palm to confront the darkness beam. This attempt took him a few seconds, but he was soon revealed. Impossible, yelled Purple Dragon before being swallowed. He survived the attack, but his body was full of bruises. Why are you surprised? Asked Aoshan. Even if your power is my antithesis, it is still based on who's wielding it. It's apparent that you only recently acquired it and cannot even properly wield it. Stop talking nonsense, groaned Purple Dragon. You're right. This is not the time for talking, it's time for killing. Aoshan disappeared and flew out from Purple Dragon's shadow, which should not be possible since there is no light in the void for a shadow. He plunged his arm into his enemy's back, and Purple Dragon's fighting instinct kicked in. He moved his body, allowing the claws to reach his lungs instead of his heart. He released all his dragon-subduing power to push Aoshan away and buy him some time. He's only playing with me, he thought. In that case, there is no need to gauge his strength. Let's commence with the plan directly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled Swordwill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.